Well, a very good morning to you. It's a beautiful, beautiful Thursday. A lot happening in the country, a lot happening online, also background, wanasema vitu ni different. But right here, today is quite an interesting discussion because the sixth Kalasha International Film and TV market has been covering the creative industry at large. And today we are looking at the money aspect of it. Well, most of the times they say if you're creative, then you should always pursue your passion. But you can't use passion to pay your rent. You can't use passion per se to build generational wealth. So, how do we turn and find a balance between creativity and sort of monetizing this art that we've been gifted? My name is Noki Kimbo, and I'll be moderating this panel. I have a heavy, heavy panel. Trust me. These guys, I've seen them. They have changed over the years, and now I can tell you that they are heavy literally and also mentally in terms of the issues that we're going to be discussing here. The topic is, where has all the money gone? Have you seen an instance where a creative, somebody that maybe we know back in the day, as resurfaces 10 years, 15 years after, and it's fundraising, and people start asking questions. Oh, you were popular back in the day, you were a celebrity. Where did you take your money? Well, we'll be sort of dissecting these issues and opening up some of these wounds so that we can sanitize them and make sure that we heal so that our creatives are able to make money. So, going to our panel this morning, Ebo Mutua as a very popular name. You've seen him from back in the ages. Some of you have grown up seeing this gentleman. He was a very naughty boy in one of those dramas that we used to enjoy. Quite an interesting guy. Now he's creative director at Philip Production, and they've done quite a number of films. We have A Grand Little Lie in the year 2021, which was marketed in a very interesting way. We saw Abel with placards on the streets approaching people individually buy our films. And they'll be telling us how filmmakers will be able to sort of tap into their audience to not only rely on, funding, but tap into the audience to get money from the source. That is one. They've also done a film last year called Click, Click, Bang. Ask yourself from the name, it's actually a comedy, Click, Click, Bang, and today is going to be shooting shots on how to make sure that we don't miss the target on making money. Also, on our panel this morning, we have Waipaka Gatunia, who is the Chief Executive Officer at Centonomy, and Centonomy is a financial literacy institution that teaches personal finance management. And this is the issue. The money that you make, you've done a big production, you've made 100 G's here. How do you utilize that as a creative to make sure that you are building your personal finances so that a few years down the line, it's not a challenge, you've gone broke and whatnot. So we're glad to have Mr. Waipaka Gatunio with us this morning. Also with us this morning, talk about legendary. When you talk about the film industry, then Nairobi Half-Life is always part of the conversation. It's one of those films that everyone was like, whoa, this is Kenyan. Well, a producer of that particular film, and also she is actually she's the managing partner at One Day Films. We have Sarika Emilakani, who joins us this morning. She produced Nairobi Half-Life. Before that, Soul Boy and Supermodel in 2018, which was quite an interesting film. 2018, I think I was just finishing college. I've been doing things out here. So this morning, we want to have this discussion about creatives and finances. And for starters, I'd like to engage Abel. Abel, you've been in this game for a minute. You've been in this game for a minute. And when we talk about money and creatives, I think you've experienced both worlds. I don't know whether you've been in a situation where you're told, come apply your art, we will pay you with exposure. This is some of the challenges that a lot of people are facing. But talk to me about your journey briefly, about finding a way of monetizing your art over the time that you've been in this, which is, I think, over 15 years.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Noah. It's a beautiful question. In fact, we were just talking with Sarika right before we went live, and I was telling her I've been in the business now for around 15 years. I started in 2007, and everything that I've done from 2007 all through to 2020, right before the pandemic came through, everything that I did was commissioned, meaning we had to wait for production houses to commission us to do content for them. And the thing about commissioning is that once you're done with your piece of work and you submit it to the production houses, that's it. It's done. You've sold your soul to the devil. So I can sit here and tell you guys that all the works that I did from 2007 to 2020, I have nothing to show for them. They gave me my few coins at the time. I appreciated it, but that was it. Some of the content is still being reshown on television. We're getting nothing from them. So it was a lesson that was learned during COVID time. So now when COVID came, all these people that we were working for, all these people who were commissioning us, now kind of took a step back. Nobody was commissioning shows. Us guys depend on them. So now, since no one is commissioning shows, we were just rendered, jobless. And we sat in the house with my family, and that's when I decided to go heavy on YouTube. And I started doing stories on YouTube, and the stories became such a hit. And my good friend, Richard Njao, who is a former gospel artist called Esther gave me a brilliant idea, which at first I was a bit, I wasn't very sure whether it would work. But Esther told me, these stories that you tell people on YouTube, they're beautiful. They inspire, they educate, and they inform, guys. And what you're doing essentially is you're offering value to these people. It will not hurt if you ask them to support you in that venture, because God knows people depend on those stories. So just have a little pay bill there at the bottom and tell them, if my stories touch you in a certain way, feel free to donate a few coins here and there. And to be really honest, I was very skeptical about it. It took me a while before I executed it. But I did. I executed it, and I told guys, you know what, man, bills need to be paid, man. So if you feel like you have it in your heart to, donate a few coins, just send it to the pay bill there. And my God, Noah, the response was overwhelming. So now that gave us a brilliant idea. We've always wanted to do films, but films are expensive. So we needed to find a way to fund the films, to get money for production. So we decided, you know what, if we talked to these guys and they were willing to sponsor us, to give us a little something for content that they are consuming for free on YouTube, how about we just find a way to produce and ask these guys to come and give us their money so that they can watch the films and, recoup the investment and make a little bit of profit. Because if they are paying to watch content that is sitting on YouTube for free, but they are still paying, then for sure they can be able to pay even more for a movie, for a good film. So which is exactly what we did in 2021. And we produced a movie called A Grand Little Lie. Once the movie was done, we asked guys to give us their 200 shillings. That is all we asked for. And in around 3 weeks, we had 25,000 people sending us 200 shillings to get a link of the movie. And that's how we produced the show. We were able to recoup our investment back, and we had enough to go into production for our second movie, which was Click Click Bang. So it opened us up to great ideas that for you to be a filmmaker in this country, you do not necessarily need to wait for funding from outside the country to produce, because that's exactly what's been happening. Out of 100% of the filmmakers, only like 10% are usually fortunate enough to get the funding. The 90% have brilliant ideas, but because the funding is not coming through, then they shelve those ideas. I think as a country now, we should be, even if we're not at the Nigeria levels, we should be somewhere close by, because we have very brilliant minds, but it's the money that's killing our dreams, man. Yeah. I hope I have
Okay.
answered your question in that very long story.
I mean, that's the beauty about stories. You know, you are an avid storyteller, and I'm glad people are able to see value in the stories that you tell. That's the thing. Traditionally, I think art and value have they are put in totally separate worlds, and
Yeah.
art is borderline philanthropy. Uh,
Right.
and paying for it becomes a challenge. But that's why I want to bring in Sarika. Sarika, I mean, listening to Abel saying it sold his soul from the year 2007 to 2020. Uh, I mean, you know, out here, young artists are coming out of our film schools, they're coming out of acting schools, and they're looking at likes of Ebol. They've been in the industry, they're doing amazing products, but the devil is in the detail even before you sell your soul to the devil. It is in the detail. So talk to me about, is it an information issue, especially when it comes to sort of turning your art into value, monetary value, and even more? Is it an information gap that you're facing in the industry where we are driven more so by passion and less about longevity of making money out of it, Sarika? If you could just
Hello.
unmute, thank you very much.
Hello. So besides One Fine Day Films, we 3 years ago founded Some Fine Day Picks, a training initiative for Kenyan filmmakers with master classes, and we give grants and to short filmmakers, the equivalent of 16,000 US dollars, to shoot their own film. And I think when you talk about the devil in the details, the question is, what is the currency of our industry? What is it that we trade in the creative industry, and in particular in film? And I think there are two aspects. One is integrity, that you do what you said and committed other people, that you're truthful to your commitments, and you communicate if you can't do that. And the second is rights, and what is this rights? And very few actors in the industry actually are aware of what is my right. First things first, which right am I generating in a production? So as an author, as a scriptwriter, as a actor, as a director, as a producer, one generates different forms of rights, and then you also give away certain rights. And the question is, if you don't really know what you're generating, then you are also very insecure about what am I giving away and what am I getting in return for that. So to make an informed decision on contracts, on deals, makes you then feel insecure, and maybe that you've been cheated because you're so unaware or insecure about the value of your work. It's not tangible what we do. So I think, yes, it is adamant that we all continuously learning. I mean, music rights until today remains a total mystery to me. What is it? What is it that I trade in? What's the currency of my industry?
That's quite important to know, because I was checking out, like you guys know, Level M, yeah, from the Lion King. And the guy, since the film was made, he's been making money out of it, and they found a way to sort of monetize it. Apart from the film itself, they found a way to put it on stage, to do it in music halls. And again, you know, the music, the way it's being utilized, sort of taking one core piece of art and breaking it down into different streams of potential income. But I want to bring in Mr. Waidaka, talking about money and artists. But sometimes I don't know whether we feel guilty, charging, we just want to perform art. Yeah, let me come perform. If I give a quote, somebody say, when in Sani, tone it down. You're like, yeah, especially when you're coming. Talk to us about, is there correlation on matters attitude between creatives and the way they handle money? Is there a specific attitude that is seen from, a financial expert perspective that maybe you've seen a particular trend, the way creatives handle and perceive money vis-a-vis their art?
Wow, no, thank you so much for that question. Well, that group of questions. There are many things that you brought up in that statement. Yeah, I think there's definitely a cultural perspective. And when we train entrepreneurs at Centonomy, and especially those in the art field, we've trained photographers, film producers, musicians. They've all come through. Many of them I've seen some of the panels that are here. Probably what is most outstanding is, how would I say, a heightened social pressure. Because there's an impression that as an artist, you need to be at a certain level and project a certain level of income, a certain level of resources. And so there's a heightened pressure on you to show off your work. Now, when I say heightened, that it's because it is related to everybody and all of us, and at whatever level that you are, you're projecting something from yourself. And that social pressure can be detrimental, because to maintain a certain lifestyle, a certain impression of what you have, you spend. And when you're spending, it's not always related to the wealth creation journey that we're talking about here. So when Sarika and Abel were talking about rights, and you're talking about what is important, what's the asset that you're producing, when it comes to artists, it is the intellectual property that is of value. And so whoever holds that intellectual property, in whatever format it is, holds the value. And if it's of high quality, it can be used truly in perpetuity, forever. So that we are still watching movies and listening to music from decades. I mean, literally from when movies and music were invented, as far as the recording process is concerned. And so if you own the property, then it gives you a continuous source of income, and ownership becomes very important. However, that does not mean that you should not start producing simply because you cannot own. I think for those, like Abel, for example, you're honing your skill and somebody is paying you to hone your skill. And so if you are earning an income from your skill, you have a responsibility to manage that income. And that's where the issue comes up. Because in managing the income, like what Abel could have been doing since 2007, that's for 15 years, or is it 10 years? If he had been saving and investing, that could have formed the capital required to produce the next film over that period of time. And I know he was doing that as well. But the issue of management in both of those areas is key. Whether you're earning a salary or whether you're running a business, both require management as far as the finances are concerned. So we don't have an excuse. Continue to produce your art and be responsible for the cash flows that are coming through. I think that would be key.
Definitely. Abel, you've spoken about your Mercedes-Benz? I've had it being featured in the story. I know I don't know whether it was part of this heightened social pressure or you were doing okay, that kind of thing. But talk to us about what has been mentioned, because it's very prevalent, this issue of heightened social pressure. There is a particular, ngoma ikihit, mbona unipate kwa mate nye nacheza ngoma. Get me? Yeah, movie ikihit, mbona tupatane kwa street. The way we perceive celebrity, especially the way it's been cultured in the West, vis-a-vis the way it is practiced. Sort of, we're trying to copy paste, but there's a disconnect there. So is it a big issue that an artist needs to really search deep within to help humble himself in a way and find grounds? And if so, you could give an example. So have you ever found yourself in a place where, your pressure imekugonga, like the pressure has really got to you, you know, people perceive this able, so I have to uh, project this image. And how do you find that crowd?
Thank you for that, Noah. And actually, you're right. The reason why I got that Mercedes Benz was not because I needed a Mercedes Benz in my life at the time. It was just because so that I can shut my haters, which, to be really honest, was the wrong thing to do at the time. In fact, I told a story the other day about around that time when we were purchasing the vehicle. Safaricom went public, and I think they were selling their shares at 10 shillings. Around the same time I was purchasing that vehicle. So as I took my 350,000 shillings to go and buy an old Mercedes-Benz, my friends went and spent like a quarter of what I was spending on the car and went and bought shares at Safaricom. By now, you know, they're worlds apart. they're very far from where I am right now. But those are lessons. I guess it was just a way of life teaching me a few things. Now I'm the wiser. Also, the thing about my artistic life, it's like God gave me a second chance. You know, back in the day during the Tidy High days, most of us were very young. We were in our early 20s. I think I was 21 when I joined Tahiti High. So I really knew nothing about money. So we were on the show for like 4 or 5 years. Then we left when I was 26. And I, you know, lived a quiet life behind the scenes for around 5 years before now we came back again after the pandemic. So I feel now I'm better in terms of my financial management. I know not to let myself succumb to pressure because, yeah, you're very right. That pressure is very real. But people forget one thing. It's one thing for Kanye West to be in a public transport. Even a regular American will question that. Why are you in a bus, Kanye West? Yet I paid $150 for your concert. I know you're making money. Why are you on a bus? But that is not the kind of pressure we should be feeling as Kenyan artists, because these same wananchis out here, you have to bembeleza them to come for your gig. So what gives you the right to ask me why I'm in a matatu? Yet when I had a gig for 1,000 shillings, you never showed up. You've never been to any African gig, I mean any Kenyan gig, but you are there yapping. No. So live your life according to, you know, your abilities. Cut your coat according to your cloth. You do not owe anyone any explanations. If you can only afford an Uber, you be very comfortable in that Uber. If you can only afford a matatu, be very comfortable in that matatu. It is what you do with the little that you collect that matters. And I think Wanaidaka said it very clearly. The little that you're collecting, what are you doing with it? How are you empowering yourself to make sure that maybe in the next 2, 3, 4 years, you're not in this matatu, you're, you know, somewhere better.
That's true. And thank you for that honesty, man. Hey, man, you know, Ingia Mali na Benz, yeah? Well, look, this is somebody who can chair a wedding committee. But, you know, Sarika, I want to bring you in because you help creatives to know about their rights. Because you've said rights are important. Know your value. Your value. And since we you know, in this TV business and film business, do you mind taking us briefly those basics that maybe a lot of artists fail to take care of? What should they be very keen to when they're signing their contracts, when they're trying to get a movie out? What are those basic rights that every artist should at least know if they are to monetize that?
I would say the most important thing is ask. Ask not only a lawyer, someone who is knowledgeable in IP and knowledgeable in negotiating rights. I would say reach out to Abel on social media and ask him what do you think? How did you handle the deal? What have they negotiated in your case? This is what they offer me. What are your thoughts about it? Ask as an actor, what has someone else earned? And speak about money. You know, very often people feel talking about money is like talking about sex. Don't do it in public, but quite the contrary. You know, we should. You know, how otherwise we'll not really learn and progress if everyone is just trying to keep their little, you know, I'll keep this for myself. And there's it's important that we interact with our networks, reach out. We all have the same problems, you know, whether we are in a TV show, whether we are in an independent production. And then you get an idea of, okay, I didn't know, you know, there's so many things we all don't know. And it's, you know, Abel already has inspired me tremendously. Is like why am I even on this panel? There's so much learning from each other. So interact with your peers, interact with your networks, interact with your industry. You're the industry. That would be my answer to your question.
All right. So ask, this is a situation live. You know, the town situation where you know you are lost, but you don't want to just stop and ask the soldier who's standing there, like, yo, where is this place? Some of us end up making grounds, wasting so much time, whereas we would have just asked. Waithaka, what are the basic rights that artists should really take care of if they are to make a living out of this? What are those basics, fundamentals?
Actually, I think Waithaka just dropped off. I think he's having some problems. Yeah. He's
I see that.
Yeah, he's not around. But just to reiterate on what Sarika said, the importance of just asking around. In 2016, that's when we landed our first gig with Mnet to produce shows for one of their channels there called Maisha Magic. And to be really honest, the money they were offering at the time was, oh my God, 3-4 times the industry standards. It was money that you'd consider very good. But since we had not produced content at their level, because they operate on South African standards, us guys still had the Kenyan mentality in us. So we were looking at this money and thinking, this is it. Yani, at the end of the season, we'll all buy choppers and, penthouses and whatnot. So we never bothered to ask people about, the production standards and the equipment and whatnot. Us guys just went right into it. Let me tell you, by the time we were submitting the first season, our production standards were so low, the entire first season was cancelled. We had to start over again. Now, in their standards. So now, as we are producing for the second round, it's even more expensive because now we need heavier equipment. Like, it was insane. By the end of that contract, we had lost so much money, like we were literally in debt everywhere. We had tried to get money from banks, lending institutions, loan sharks, you name it. And all that was because we were too proud to ask producers that had been there before us. Yeah, because we had this thing of, no, us guys are going to do it our way. We're going to show them how it's done. Oh my God, it was a hell of a mistake, man. Yeah, it cost us quite a bit. So it's very important what Sarika said. Just ask. Don't be afraid to ask. And let's not be afraid to talk about money. I don't know who said it's a taboo to talk about money. I think it's an African thing. Very sure 90% of us don't know what our parents used to earn. I don't know what my mom used to earn. I don't know what my father used to earn, because it was such a taboo to talk about money in a traditional African setting. And that's why we end up making very, very grave financial mistakes when we are grown, because nobody taught us anything about money, man. Yeah, so those are the things I think we need to change.
And I'm glad, I believe brought that up. The money bit of it, and asking. It's so difficult, and even the value that we attach. I mean, Sarika, maybe you might help us understand this. Since you're talking about um, the currency of the industry, right now the country is undergoing some of the interesting challenges with dollar shortage, and it just shows you how valuable the dollar is. Yeah, you go to the bureaus. Oh, right now you're buying a dollar at 145, and almost 3 months ago you're doing that at 125 thereabout. Value. How how do we build value into what we do, the creative endeavors? How do we build value so that every Kenyan can understand the value of creativity, and not like when they call an artist, it's like they're doing them a favor. You just can't do this. You're sort of doing you a favor. How do you create that value?
First things, I want to respond to what Abel said. I actually believe it's not a Kenyan thing to not talk about money. I think it's a worldwide thing. In all of, and the same thing about how do I perceive myself as a member of the creative industry, and how am I perceived, what Wataka was talking about earlier. When we were, I gave this example earlier that we're using a coffee machine like once a day, and the guy who's building the coffee machine is perceived to have a job and is a mechanical engineer. It's a respectful job. But we watch 2 hours of Netflix, 3 hours of YouTube, but the people who create that content, they do that for a hobby. So I think this perception of we creatives, or we in the creative industry do this for leisure, and it's just like I sit down and I do boop, and then all of a sudden I have this great music and it all falls off the sky. No, filmmaking and music making, like the creative industry, is really hard work. It's not like sometimes when we shoot films, people are like, when extras come to set, they're like, this is how long it takes to shoot one scene. Why? And so there's this perception that it's all easy. It's all, just going with the flow, going with the vibe. If people out there would know how administrative and how strategic film productions are about, it's mind blowing. So I think, we as the creative industry should have the confidence to say, we are an industry, we are not a hobby. We are in this for the long run, and for providing for our families, for paying off mortgages. So if we don't take ourselves serious, no one else will either. We can't demand from other people what we are not providing, or what we are not standing for in the first place.
Indeed, very important. Talking about money is like a taboo world over. Waidaka, you had taken a break right there. I think you're going to check whether the Safaricom stocks have started rising again. But initially, you wanted to, contribute to the basic elements of creatives when they interact with the industry that they need to know if they're to make money and create wealth in this game. Proceed, sir.
So let me not just say for creatives, but for any industry, business, so that we understand what we're talking about here. That's where the difference comes. So we need to be clear, and I'm saying we because I am a creative. In case I didn't mention this before, no, I'm a film producer. I studied film at the University of Melbourne. I did media and communications there. That was my first business when I came out of college, and I was in the media as well. Just like you, I started off as a sports reporter on radio, an unpaid sports reporter on radio. That was my first job out of college. So I'm familiar with this space. We need to make a decision as creatives as to whether you are self-employed or you're going to be running a business. Those are two different areas. Why do I say self-employment? Because yes, there's the option that Abel talked about earlier on where you're employed by a production house. So that's employment and that's clear. You know your relationship with the money. But for many artists, you move from one job to the other. You're not building a sustainable business. You essentially are the business. All the value is in you. And so if you have decided that's the direction that you want to take, you are self-employed and you have all the same issues that an employee has, except you don't have the support of an HR department. You're likely not to be having anyone forcing you to do a pension plan for yourself. There are no other benefits. You are yourself. You are self-employed. And so when you get cash out of that scenario, you want to make sure that you are investing like an employee. An employee understands this. If I don't invest, if I don't put money aside, I will not have a future because at some point I cannot work anymore. And we know in the creative industry, at some point the work reduces. It's not necessarily that's going to be a perfect flow. So you want to be able to work through that. If you decide to go the business direction, now hear me carefully. The aim of every business is to generate a profit. Now, the problem that we have is that we don't understand that word profit. So here, really quickly, it is to sell your goods or services for more than it costs to produce them. And we are poor at costing our services. I was very poor at that. Very many times I would cost my time and my expertise in the production phase, which is either the shooting of the film, the editing. I would cost that into the project, but I had no clue that I had done other work outside of that project. I had to meet with clients. I had transport costs. I had other things. So I sold my project knowing that I've sold it and I've costed that part. So if you don't know all your costs, you're going to be in trouble. So film producers, if you're going to be in business, you sell your products and services for more than it costs to produce them. And please understand, it's not just the cost per project. There's other works outside. Last line before I finish, because I can talk forever. The aim of every business, Noah, is to generate a profit. But can I speak to all the business owners? Profit is not your money. I think this is the other thing that we forget. So that, like Waithaka, I sold a series to Zuku. They paid me in dollars. I said, where are dollars spent? They are spent where they come from. So I took my wife and we went to where dollars are spent. And I was telling myself, this is a business trip. I'm going to buy film equipment. I bought a jib. I bought a new camera, new editing suite. I was telling myself I'm doing all that. But I didn't really understand that, yes, I've made some money and yes, it is there, but it is not my money. It belongs to the business. That money I spent on that one trip to the US could have kept my business running for 6 to 12 months, depending on how I was going. But I spent it on one trip, not knowing the sustainability side of the business, which is why you can see me standing in front of you talking about money, not making films the way I was many years ago, because I missed that point. So if you're in business, your aim is to make a profit, to sell your products and services for more than it costs to produce. But please understand, profit is not your money. So how do you pay yourself? You pay yourself a salary if you're in a business, and you can pay yourself when you sell shares in your business to others who are coming on board. And the last one is a dividend. Now, dividend is not profit. It is a portion of the net profit at the end of a financial year. So that should not be the one that feeds your children. Your salary should feed your children and pay for your school fees. And so the way Sarika was talking about that consistency within a business, taking yourself seriously, why engineers are taken seriously is because they have that workflow. They know they produce, but they have costings done properly and they receive a salary. They don't eat profit.
Hey, I'm glad you were a sports reporter. Yeah, I don't know whether you're an
unpaid.
Unpaid, you're volunteering, yeah? You know, artists, we are told so many times to volunteer. But I'm getting nice nuggets here. Profits, first of all, you're very poor at costing our services. I mean, and also profit is not your money. So pay yourself. Abel, looking at majority of the creatives in the film industry and how engaged they are. Yeah, you'll do a series. You've been on TV for a very long time. So there is that consistent income that comes in as salary, maybe per episode, and whatnot. But there are others who will appear in a film here, yeah, then appear in an advert there, yeah, then in a video there. I mean, what Waithaka has mentioned, is it something that is easy to apply, or are we like, mimi msanii naenda kupigia mwili pole, nataka kuenda nipumzike, nimefanya kazi sana, nataka niende US, yeah, pumzike and have your rest. As a creative, how do you develop that discipline to do that from your experience?
Yeah, I love what Waithaka said. Operate as if you're an employee. Yeah, stuck as much as you can because you really do not know when the next gig is going to be. So I've noticed for the people who have been fortunate enough to have very long-running gigs, there's a mentality that us artists have. When the cash flow is good, then you care less about anything else, because at the back of your mind, you lie to yourself that this will be the situation for life. It's very unfortunate that the show where I started, a very good chunk of us right now are in dire need of help, because the money ran out, they had nothing stored away. They slowly got into depression, alcoholism, then it's now just a horrible mix. All that because it was YOLO during our days. You only live once. So you get your lump sum, you blow it on a trip like Waithaka did. Then you come back without any worries, because on Monday we'll be on set filming, and this money will come. And since those guys had a name at the time, the corporates were there and whatnot. But what they forgot is that every day there's a new 19-year-old that's coming out, much more talented than you, much more good-looking than you. That's the person who's going to take your job if you're not very careful. So yeah, that's the problem that most artists have. Although I can't also forget to talk about the issue of inconsistency. There are people who are very good with their money. They know what to do with their money. But now the problem is the consistency is not there in terms of getting the jobs. These people are actors. They depend on somebody else to come up with concepts and film so that they can make a living out of it. But now everyone and their grandmother in this country is now becoming an actor. So opportunities for them are becoming very limited. And to such people, I keep telling them, social media is here. That's a tool. If you know you have the skills, just do something, shoot it using your camera, upload it on your socials. YouTube now is monetizing. It's been monetizing for a good while. Just build your community. It's very important to build your community as an artist, because it is your community that's going to feed you for a very long time. We've seen people like Akina Crazy Kena doing their short skits. When they were starting, everybody was just laughing at them and thinking, so childish, these people. But now they're millionaires off the money that they're making of YouTube. And that's not counting the money that they're making from the corporates. So for those people with inconsistent incomes, I just tell them not to lose hope. Just do that thing on social media. You never know. That might be where your bread and butter comes from. And now when that money starts coming in, again, employee mentality, you stack it as much as you can. Iweke kabisa ikusaidie in future.
Yeah.
No, if I could just add to that, When we
Yes.
talk about, when Abel talks about consistency, when I said think about yourself as an employee, I show up at work every day, no matter what. Like I'm at work every day at 8 a.m. If you're an artist, just like these guys who are successful, and Abel, that's what has set you apart, is you have consistently produced. Like you're not waiting for a project. By the time one project is coming near the end, you're already on the next one and the next, and you set up 2 more that are coming up. So as an artist, if you're going the self-employed direction, show up to work every day, just like an employee. Go that way, because then you will have the consistency. I told you, no, if you let me talk, I'll talk forever.
I know. Thank you for actually clarifying that, the discipline. And again, Sarika, this comes to something that while you were chatting about what you expect from this conversation, we're talking about the self-perception of artists. Yeah, art is seen as that one thing that you can do while you are chilling. You're passing time. We also perceive it as a lot of fun. So sometimes you go into it and it's getting tiresome, it's getting stressful, it's not as fun as it's projected to be. That self-perception and the way we process who an artist is it time to change that mindset? How long will it take us? What will it take us to sort of change that mindset? Of course, beyond such engagements as this panel.
Do you mean for the general public or for oneself?
Starting for oneself, because I think that will trickle down now to the general public, how they perceive we as artists.
I actually think one of our biggest assets in this industry is ourselves. So, our tool is us, what we create, what we produce. Abel has 1,000 ideas and 1,000 projects, but that comes from somewhere, It's not, one might say, God had a good day when he created Abel. My educated guess is that Abel constantly feeds himself, and he doesn't necessarily feed himself of looking at what other people are doing and then thinking, I will do what other people do. But what inspires you, and that is part of nurturing yourself. And it's not again, if it's not a hobby, and if we take this as a profession, then the question is, if we want to do an output, what's the input? So what do I feed myself so that I can output something of value? And that means you have to look at, yes, what are other artists doing? Yes, but I'm talking artists and not content producers for Instagram and YouTube. If you want to make a film, what are other filmmakers producing? Yes, you can go to the cinema for fun, but you're also going to the cinema because it's your profession to see what are other people out there creating. Reading the trades. What are the trades in our industry? Where does the industry information for the Kenyan film sector come from? How do you hear about new opportunities? Who is commissioning what? What's going on in the world? If we talk about funding, we very often talk about grants, but funding is much more than that. What are, on an international basis, what are tax incentives? What are co-productions? What are co-production agreements, bilateral, trilateral? What are financing mechanisms in other parts of the world? What have they done wrong? What we can do a little bit better here in Kenya? All these. When I talk about input, it's an industry, and then reading. I would love to see in the Standard, in the Nation, that we talk about what is this. This industry has so much potential, billions of income for this country, for the youth, and in my opinion, it's completely sleeping currently. When we talk about the creative industry, how much more wealth could be generated if we would take it serious and put the appropriate mechanisms in place to really enable the creative industry to benefit on the full potential. And just like
and
White
I'm
Tucker, I
glad-
think I could go on and on.
I know it's okay. Today we have, I don't know whether Sarika, your background too is in sports reporting, but that notwithstanding, I think one thing that is coming strongly to you is learn. Learn as much as you can what is happening in your field. Then you'll be able to gauge where the industry is and where the world is moving. How should I carry myself? How should I price my product? Which is very critical. I mean, I see a lot of questions are coming in. If you have any questions, please just type. We'll have sort of the last 30 or so minutes to respond to some of these key pertinent questions. But Waidaka, formulas do work. Yeah, that's why, I mean, we were told report to school by 7. You are there and you are able to learn. If it was a free fall, some of us will be going at midday. Yeah. So for an artist and these different sides, either you're self-employed or you are employed, are there certain formulas that we can apply when handling our finances to be able to, if I make 100 G's, maybe 10% should go to the Lord, and this 90 now, I should focus, maybe divide in this particular manner, something that has worked that I can apply as an artist.
Yeah, so quick 3 points that you can do for anyone when you're managing your personal finance that are really helpful. Number one, pay yourself first. So pay yourself first means when you get any cash, save and invest first. Why? Because if you pay everybody else first, there's nothing left. Just imagine my 10 fingers are your 100% of your cash. If you're a good tax-paying Kenyan, or whichever, most countries have about a tax rate of that amount, when you receive your cash, 30% goes to the government. All right. After that, most likely 10 to probably around 20% on housing. After that, depending on how big your family is, there's food and shopping. Let's assume we're all paying about 10%. Utilities, electricity, water, service charge, garbage collection. Hey, Noah, you mentioned faith, charitable giving. These are all the same, about 10% on average. In Africa, we support our family, another 10%, and then we entertain ourselves, and we've not yet even paid school fees, and we have finished our money. So if you don't pay yourself first as a principle, then you tend to live beyond your means. When people say live beyond your means, it never means anything until you see that in place. So change the principle, pay yourself first, which means save and invest. No percentages. Percentages don't work because I have many children. Noah, you don't look like you have many children. If I told you 10%, that's too easy for you. You should be saving 100% of your income. If you told somebody like me with many children to save 10%, I'll ask you which 10% with school fees happening. So we save and invest towards goals. Set a goal. Listen, even if the goal is a Mercedes, at least you have a goal, you're aiming for it so that you're working and putting towards that. That's tip number one, pay yourself first. Tip number two, track your spending, especially for those who have irregular incomes. The income is not a good measure for yourself. What you want to measure is where money actually goes. Because if you know where your money is going, you can make decisions about it. Most of us have no idea where our money goes. I'll test you on this. Everybody listening to the sound of my voice, after this session, go through your mobile money transaction fees on your phone. Most of us have no clue how much we spend on our mobile money transaction. For 1 month, in a year, you could probably buy a plot using that same money. So I'm not saying that mobile money is a bad thing. I'm just saying we misuse even good things. And so if you can use it properly, then you can make good decisions. And finally, focus on assets. Assets put money in your pocket. Abel's Mercedes-Benz took money out of his pocket. Now, please listen to me. I didn't say his Mercedes-Benz is a bad thing. I want to drive one of those cars. I love them. They're good things. But I need to understand that they take money out of my pocket and don't put money in it. So if I have a Mercedes-Benz, there's no problem if I have a series that has been licensed by Zuku and they're paying me a license fee every month that allows me to drive my Mercedes. But if I have a Mercedes, I have no income coming in to support that, then I'm in trouble. So I want to focus more on the income earners, the assets that put money in my pocket, rather than the Mercedes. And so if I can produce more, it can be mighty powerful. Please, ladies and gentlemen, learn from those who have put their experiences down on paper or on film. I highly recommend read the book Will by The Life of Will Smith. He'll tell you the self-employed journey. That was an amazing journey that you can read. Read also a book called Outsiders. Outsiders is about creativity and bringing new ideas. And it talks about the fact that those who tend to have great success in creativity, it's not that they necessarily have super ideas every single time. It's that they churn out so much. Like if you think about the best musicians and artists, they produce so much music. 1 out of 10 will be a hit. You know what I mean? Not 10 out of 10, but because they produce so much, they have many hits over time. Finally, I highly recommend the documentary on Netflix, Quincy, about Quincy Jones. Another excellent example of creativity in different, repackaging yourself, being relevant in different decades. The man is in his 90s, he's still producing music. What's our excuse? So get started.
Indeed, what is our excuse? Hey. Will by Will Smith. That's a good read. Don't slap anyone with that book. Very important. Outsiders. And we have Quincy, a documentary on Quincy Jones. Learn how other creatives have navigated this space. Very important. So pay yourself, track your spending. Where is your money going? And focus on assets, because assets bring money to you. So do you have an asset that you're putting money into, an asset that brings money into your pocket, other than liability, which takes money out of your pocket, which is more of spending and whatnot. Abel, on the last round, in terms of practicality of how an artist can align their finances, based on what Waithaka shared, of course, which is very detailed. Maybe kwa ground vitu ni tofauti kidogo. As an artist, are you able to create an environment where you pay yourself, you track your spending, and you focus on assets? Or is some of us is just vibes and inshallah until we realize we don't have any money with us? That practicality bit of it.
Actually, I know I might be short for saying this, but for the established artists, those ones have no excuse. I can tell you now for a fact that artists earn way more money than very senior people you see out here. In fact, I was talking to a friend the other day, and they told me, "You guy, at some point we were almost going on strike, and we are doctors. Like we are doctors and we are thinking of going on strike. We have never heard of artists going on strike, man. We see your rate cards for just a day's work. Somebody cuts you a check for 25,000 shillings because you've shot an episode in a day. Uyu is a doctor. He's been to school for 17 years. And the government is only giving them, I think, 90,000 a month, but it's ridiculous. So for established artists, really, they do not have an excuse. They can lead very, very healthy lives with the money that they earn. The problem, like I told you, is the peer pressure, the pressure from outside, wanting to prove points that are non-existent. You want people to see like you're breathing flavored air, which, to be really honest, is not necessary. Nobody cares about it. It does not matter whether you park a Rolls Royce, a different Rolls Royce every week. We'll just be amazed that the very first time, and that's it. Nobody will care about your Rolls Royce. You're the only one who will be left wallowing in debt. So artists should learn to swallow their pride. That's our biggest impediment. Swallow your pride, live within your means. And it is very possible. And by living within your means, I'm not telling you to go to Kariobangi South, to Kariobangi or Bukuru Kwanjenga. No, you are making enough money to live in a very decent neighborhood. But the problem is your money, just like Waithaka said, your money is going to all the wrong things. That's the problem with most artists out here, because the money artists are making is no joke. Chief, musicians perform at a club for 2 hours, and they cut a check for 200,000. I know people like Akina Calligraph Jones, their club rates are usually between 150,000 to 200,000. A day, in fact, not a day, for 2 hours of performance. Yeah, so if you get people like those in 5, 10, 15 years from now, crying to the public that they need help, then the problem is with the individual. Yeah, so it's very possible for artists to be able to lead a decent life. Yeah, it's only that the money is channeled towards the wrong things.
Yeah. And those figures, sometimes also people see, you've written them a quote for 200 G's, and like, yeah, you're just coming to saying, my dude. Yeah, I mean, so again, that value element of it, if you, Abel mentioned Esther. I was listening to Calligraph's story. I think he was sharing on Esther's channel, which is very powerful. People have been through a lot to sort of create that value where they are right now. It is a process. It doesn't take a day. So if you see some quotations, and I know some people are watching here from industry, from different spaces, you deal with artists, quotes for you, she quotes for you, then you're like, let me remove 1-0, because when you're studying, think again, the investment in the art itself. Sarika, I know we've mentioned about this issue of learning a lot, learning. And Abela said, I mean, it's very possible for an artist to sort of create that buffer around themselves. Talk to me from your experience, because at your production houses, you deal with majority of this. You're doing a training around this. How much hunger are we seeing from the creative world for this kind of engagement and information? Do we need to do a rallying call again to sort of, yo guys, wake up? You need to, have your heads into this information. Is there a hunger for this?
Yeah, I don't only think there's a hunger for it, but there's a necessity for that. As Abel says, we see our peers, our friends, our colleagues, people we have spent decades with creating and working, not living the life we wish for them to have, and very often also due to mental challenges. And again, that's why I would appeal to the creative industry as a community as well. When we talk about health insurance, when we talk about pension plans, when we talk about what happened to during the COVID pandemic, how do we support each other? So which kind of mechanisms are there in other industries in place, which we as a creative industry have not put up? Like, it starts with production insurance. Sometimes it's very hard to find an insurance company which does third-party insurance for small and mid-sized productions. So what is it that we as a creative industry need to come together and negotiate and discuss together? What are our structural needs in order to be an industry and not a dance floor where we, earn 200,000 bob a night and then heck off? So that's a responsibility. Again, check your expectations. Like, what's my expectation? Do I want to feed my family? Do I want to be able to provide to school fees? Or do I want to go on holiday in Zanzibar? What does it mean to take yourself serious? And again, industry standard. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, I hate to break the news, are not trade magazines. So it's the information about structures, about what is it that we need to ask the government, and not because we are greedy people, but because we need structures in place to grow this industry, to enlarge the opportunities. And our industry is not one company, one factor. Our industry touches on so many others. So what is the film industry? The film industry is the transportation industry, is the hotel industry, is the airline industry. Our industry is the cinema, the malls, the locations. That's where we spend our money on hospitality. 30% of most budgets go into transport. Another huge amount goes into catering. So that is all the industries, the sectors which exist out. Take this industry serious, look at the mechanisms we need in order to grow the opportunities out there.
Take the industry serious. That the way the correlation, the way art marries into everything. I say that art is life. Think about it. Even when we cook, for example, that is art by itself. There are just people who are not good painters on this Korea. You eat and they think about your whole life. But Waidaka, you've mentioned there is that aspect of personal finance. And I'm thinking about what Sarika is saying, the way we can structure the industry. Because if an industry is structured, there is a high likelihood that we can make more. I think about formal employment, like here, I'm in a structured environment. Here, I'll be told, oh, you need this particular cover, you need a medical cover to have yourself, you need to save for your insurance. That comes with a structure that emerges out of an industry. And I'm thinking, is it a discussion that we are having in terms of coming up with that structure? Is the finance world that you're in right now, you swing both sides? Now, can I walk into a bank as a creative and say, please give me credit for this particular project because they believe in that industry based on the structure and the results? Or is it a work in progress that we need to still work on?
Or it's going to be highly unlikely that you're going to walk into any formal lending institution, at least this side of the world, and get funded for a project like a film or a music project like that. It's highly unlikely. Banks in the finance industry are generally very risk averse, and creative projects are entirely risk, which is why you can lose everything or you can blow up. I liked the way Abel mentioned it. If you get it right, it can go viral and go around the world. So that's exactly what risk is. So you're not likely going to be getting funding in that direction. What I would say is, as Sarika was talking about, if there can be legislation to help the industry, that will be very meaningful. And I think there's some movement that's been going on. I know the Film Commission has been working on it and other areas like this. But legislation is where the things are going to change, where you institute things like minimum wages, hourly rates, things like, as you said, insurance policies that will help the production work in that direction. However, most of these things usually mean that they increase the cost of production. So one other area that there needs to be, in my opinion, there needs to be a shift as far as legislation is concerned, is the separation between broadcasters and producers. And I think that would cause a huge shift in the industry. If you're the broadcaster and the producer, you have everything in-house. You don't require, and so there's not a huge space for competition, which usually improves quality. Because if you have 10 hours to fill in a day with programming, and you say, hey, producers, bring your programs, we'll have a look, and the best one of them will pick and give you a contract for a period of time, then everyone's going to really fight for that space, and you'll see that the creativity grows and hopefully opens up, and also opens up financing, because then it's not all in-house. But that's something else for another day. We can't all say that we'll wait until that day comes. But as Sarika was talking about, if we can start those kind of discussions, it will make a huge difference down the track. Yep.
Definitely. Briefly, before I go into questions, Abel, I mean, because we see right now we are having protests, for political reasons, and there's always that call. Wasanii mbona hatujakasirika? I see, people taking extreme stances like the Eric Omondis of this world, that activism, and that right to be heard, even as we sort of tease legislation and what we can do to sort of formalize this creative sector, based on your interaction with artists on the ground? Are we engaging at that level, or we are still on our artistic cocoon? We need to break out and say now, if we are to grow this industry, how about we create structures that will work for us? Abel, you can unmute. I think you're still mute.
Oh, sorry. I'll answer that question very briefly because the problem is just one. The thing that ails us as artists, as creators, is we have this individualistic mentality. We want to succeed by ourselves. That's why it's been and I think we are a unique country. We might actually be the only country in the world that the artists do not have a proper union. We don't come together for greater causes. I don't know why that is, but that has been our biggest impediment, and that's why even when it comes to matters of legislation, it becomes very difficult because no government in the world listens to an individual. None. You have to come together as a unit so that you speak in one voice and your voice will be heard. But it's been a challenge for Kenyans. We have tried the guilds and whatnot. I don't know. But the moment we are able to counter that, the moment we're able to come together as one and speak in one voice, then we will be a force to reckon with, because we will be dealing with matters of, the state of the nation and everything, because the artist is a very, very powerful person, and artistry is a very powerful tool. But as long as we are still, wallowing in our individualistic mentality, then I don't see us doing much. That's the only thing I think we need to change.
Msanii, unajua nataka kuachieve peke yangu, nataka Noah Kitemboi credit, producer, main star. We've had that issue. You want to do everything, and even the issue of specialization.
Man, you can't be a master of everything. It's okay. It's important to learn a bit about everything, but you can't be a master of everything. In fact, the people like Akina Netflix, when they are commissioning shows, those are some of the things they look at. Once they go through your proposal and they discover you are the one doing everything there, then it becomes, a tricky question there. So they have to see quite a bit of collaboration in your proposal. Otherwise, because they know you do not have the capacity to be everything. Unataka ukue director na bado ufanyie watu makeup kwa set. Come on, man.
That's funny. You're trying to cover costs. We see that, our production is very lean. So I'm the supplier of food. My wife cooks, checks on set. I'm also the star of that show. It's quite interesting. So Rika, how do you achieve this unity that comes, because you've been at this for a minute, this individualistic and working in silos? How do you break up those silos so that at least we know this is the Association of Producers in this country, this is the Actors Guild that is very active and fighting for the rights of actors and whatnot?
So when I look back at my own career, and when I look at back who was I in the beginning of my career, and I'm speaking here also about Nairobi Half-Life, I think without exaggerating, I was an idiot. I was behaving like not a very nice person, because I felt the pressure. I felt the pressure that I have to make it, that I didn't know everything. Then, when you start out, you're learning, you don't know, is this what I'm doing the right way? Is it gonna, because with film, the problem is only at the end will you know whether you have been right or wrong. So all the time in the middle, over the development and the production process and the editing and post-production, you don't know, is it actually really going to be a product of substance, or is it just, hot air? And in the beginning, when you start doing projects, this feeling of not knowing and being insecure, then you start being and communicating insecure. And then, you know, we all know when we are insecure, we become a bit edgy, and it's like, and then everyone else goes like, I don't want to be by you. And then it becomes tense, and that's unpleasant. So I think the more the industry grows, the more experience there is, you know, the more ABLs are out there speaking about how their struggles were, what they have seen, how they have felt. Sometimes it's, I know in our industry, we very often have a lot of feelings, so I don't want to go too much into that, but also exchanging, this is a natural process. This is not only happening to you, it's happening to all the other people as well. So taking it away from the individual pain and making it, okay, if I feel that, the probability that you have the same struggle, you know, not being able to provide, having a friend who falls for alcoholism or taking too much drugs or partying and not showing up on set. So all of these dynamics, if I'm experiencing it, the probability that someone else does too are pretty high. So running away, so just chuck away the question of getting into the nitty-gritty, but looking at what can we change systematically to support our industry not having to fall into those traps. Was that clear?
Yes.
Was that clear?
Definitely. I think that's very important. And even on the issue of unity, I want to bring in Waidaka because we just touched on structures. Centonomy has done an incredible job of not only teaching people personal finance, but it's also uniting us. I meet a lot of your disciples out there, yeah, saying, no, you've done an MC gig, please don't go buy the new shoes. You have enough shoes. Yeah, think about this, think about that. In terms of achieving that unity and sort of those structures, especially on the financial bit of it, does associations help? Do structures really help to, apart from the personal discipline, on a larger scale for these artists to be able to sort of have a buffer in life?
Yeah, for sure they do, because when there's a structure, there's clarity even how you enter the industry. So I told you I studied in Australia by the grace of God and the amazing work of my parents. And I studied film at the University of Melbourne. And what I saw there was an industry. So you know how you enter into it. If you want to be, in some level of production, there are structures that allow you to do so. You can join a company and you know there's a certain pay rate that you're going to be getting, the experience that you're going to be getting, then it allows you to move to the next level, obviously. And those things matter a lot. But in the absence of such things, personal knowledge is really important, which is why I always recommend educating yourself at whatever level you can. And when I was throwing out those challenges around some great documentaries and books to read, it's because when you see what someone else is doing, it gives you the power to implement it yourself. I also highly recommend educating yourself as an entrepreneur. So we don't just talk about personal finance at Centon, we also train entrepreneurs. And it really begins to shift your thinking as an artist when you start thinking as a business owner. So I always give this example because he's a famous photographer here in Kenya. He's a gentleman called Ben Kiruthi, probably one of the best wedding photographers that we have. And he came into the class at that time as one of the best wedding photographers, earning one of the highest salaries at that time, well, highest payments per wedding at that time. But there was a frustration in which he could only produce one wedding at a time as Ben. And so when he came into the Centonomy Entrepreneur class, it allowed him to see how can I build a business that can generate my wedding photography and other kind of photography services consistently enough that it allows me to do other projects at the same time. And we've seen that multiple times. So if you have the business structure in place, what was surprising about Ben is that He built the photography business. He still has Ben Kiruthi, the brand himself. And now they've opened another business with his wife where they're doing, a nail salon, and they've done some other businesses. So that because you have the structure of business, now you're not limited by your own industry. So educate yourself. And we've seen the same thing with all the artists who've been through our classes. We had King Kaka come in, Nameless, Wahoo, Michael Oyer was there, Guatilo, that amazing film maker, Benjamin Webby, Caroline Mutoko. All these people were coming not because they're not earning, but they're trying to say, if I'm earning this, how does it multiply my growth over time? That's the key, because you take one thing and make it grow over time and make that investment.
All right. Educate yourself when there are no structures to give you sort of buffers. The onus is on you. The ball is on your court. How do you handle your money? So educate yourself as much as you can. I'd like us to go to the Q&A segment, and there are a lot of questions coming through. I think this will be shared appropriately. Starting off with OVC Productions is asking if it is necessary to go through a film agent. Asking whether it's necessary to go through a film agent when looking to pitch for funding. Sarika, do we have active film agents that are known to help with this? And is it necessary when you're trying to pitch for funding for your film?
I would have two questions back to the person who asked the question. A, what kind of film agent are we talking about? And the second question is, what kind of funding are we talking about? So are we looking at financial cash investment? Are we looking at a grant? Are we looking at a repayable loan? Are we looking at a bank loan? What is it that we are looking about? So it's difficult to uneducatedly answer the question.
I know, and again, going back to that point that Waidaka has just made, educate yourself to see what kind of funding you need, what kind of arrangement. It's like when of late you've been, we are winding up in 8 minutes, I'm being told right there. So let us go through. So obviously Productions, if you can type down there, what kind of funding are you looking at? Then we have Christian Studios Art asking, provided with just as much funding as some of the Hollywood films, will Kenya films compete on the same level? Abel, when do ulikula ile pesa ya kwanza ile yenye mulichapa production then karudia? So tukipewa hii do at the level of Hollywood, will we achieve the same quality?
Well, to be really honest, I don't think we'll get it 100%, because bear in mind, these people have been around for a century plus. I think as early as 1913, there were films being made in Hollywood. Us guys are less than 60 years old. I think tulianza cinema za kwanza when? In the 70s, I guess. Yeah, so we still have a long way to go. We still have quite a bit of learning to do. So I think the very important bit, your pesa ikikuja, ni first of all to educate ourselves on how to properly produce for this region. That's the other thing. Let's not be quick to do things the Hollywood way. They do them that way because it's unique to them. Some very good ideas in Hollywood might not work for Africa, might not work for Kenya, to be specific. So I think the very most important thing, first of all, is to make sure that the stories we are telling are tight, because that is where we will beat them. If we start competing with them on a technical level, I'm afraid those guys are way, way, way ahead of us. Years and years of research have gone into the productions. Us guys, we are still telling stories the way Hollywood was telling stories in the 1930s. So where we beat them flat, hands down, is on the stories. Our stories need to be very relatable. They need to be A1.
Yeah. Definitely.
Can I add something
Please.
to what Abel just said? Is that also because the way how this question is asked is that Hollywood is where is the goal. But maybe when we talk about communities and agencies, maybe the question is, what is the goal for this industry? You know, this is Hollywood. Hollywood has also its own problems, like all the structures I will refer to, which are in place. They also hinder, in certain circumstances, growth. When we talk about digitalization, when we talk about IP, when we talk about who is really earning in this industry. So look at other industry not as something to aspire to, but more as learning from their mistakes and their current challenges, because the huge opportunity this part of the world has is that we can build everything from scratch here. Beautiful. We can learn from other people's mistakes to create something and come up with a model for then again where other regions will then look and turn to.
Definitely, that's very important. How should filmmakers or creatives cost their services properly? How do we cost our services properly?
All right, so there are certain things that there's clarity on cost of. Transport, for instance, you know fuel cost, or you know the cost of hiring a vehicle for a period of time. Where there's clarity, just put that in. Where there's a lack of clarity, you have two methods of doing it. Number one is to look at the industry and say, what is a good benchmark for similar work within the industry? That's a good place to start. Or number two, just simply decide and cost it for yourself and say, hey, in my production, if you're an assistant or if you are a boom swinger like Noah used to be, our fee is this amount. You've costed it in there. Now, whether somebody comes to work for you or not will be an indicator whether you've cost it effectively or not. So we look at industry, and then we look at the costs that are just clearly in place. When it comes to pricing yourself and the work that you're doing, it's a bit more of an art than it is a science, because depending on your skill level and ability to convince the client that you're worth that amount, you can charge whatever level. Why do I say this? Because it's no different from, for instance, law. You go to one lawyer and to stamp your document and sign it, they'll charge you 200. You go to another law firm to stamp your document and sign, they'll charge you 2,000. Now, why? Maybe they say it's prestige, maybe it is the name that they carry, the authority that they carry, and there's value in that. There's value in that, building your personal brand around that. Once you've cost the work and the cost of goods being used, you know what it costs to hire a red camera for a day. You know what it costs to hire the lights for a day. You know those are specific costs of production that you know. Once you've done that, outside of that, you need to cost work that is not related to the project. Because every month you have costs that are not related to the project. Like where you're working from, you have electricity. Even if you're working from your own home, you still have electricity, water, garbage, all those other costs that are there that you need to consider. Put them together and ensure that you're doing sufficient projects where the initial gross profit is greater than all the costs that are in your business. What does this mean? Because I know people are looking at me, the blank stares in their faces, wondering, what is this guy talking about? If you do not pay attention to the money, you cannot be successful. And to pay attention means that you actually know where every cent is going and what it's going for. Because when you pay attention, then you'll be very clear about it. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you very much. Time is really running out. There is a question here from Nowen Media Institute. What is the role of willing buyer, willing seller? This to Sarika. Do you drop a deal simply because the funding organization has insisted on $1 million shillings compared to the 3 million that I had budgeted for? How malleable is the situation? How do you adjust when people don't meet expectation on one end or the other?
So sorry, no, I think I missed I didn't understand the first question properly, so I'll just answer the second one. So the way how I understand it is that one has budgeted for 3 million, and whatever kind of partner is putting 1 million, correct? Okay. So this is your product, the 3 million. This is what you want to do. This is your film, and this. Who is this? Is this the party you expect to cover this? Then obviously doesn't match. But if you have, now I need 2 more hands. If you have one here and one here and one here, then you can have this. Then the question, again, we're coming back to rights. Then the question is, what do you negotiate with that person? What do you negotiate with this person? What do you negotiate with that person? Obviously, you can't give that person the right to exploit your product in perpetuity forever in Africa exclusively, then go to this person, tell that person the same, and then give this person the same right. So coming to integrity. So the question is, you can say, okay, I'll give you Africa exclusive VOD. I'll give you theatrical worldwide exclusive. And you person, I'll give you the right for, what have we not given away? I'll give you ancillary rights, airline rights are rights. So I'll give you this. And in exchange, I get 1 million from each. The question is, how do they value those rights? But you can negotiate everything. You're in the driver's seat. You have to make it happen. Or you decide, and in best case scenario, talking about what Waithaka is saying. So this is then production costs. This is just to cover your costs. But in best case scenario, either in the funding phase, you have a 4th partner who then also gives you 1 million, or you complete your project and afterwards you leverage on the earnings afterwards. So it's you. Okay. You negotiate.
Definitely negotiate. Now we have to wind up, and I think Abel will close with this. Somebody has asked here, this conversation has revolved around screen talent. What about writers? What path should a writer take to have a sustainable flow of income? An individual writer, one that is not in a team. Briefly, Abel, as we close up.
Unfortunately for writers, it's important that you start as a staff writer. You need to be employed first to write, because it's become very difficult for producers to just buy scripts from random people. So I think the first job for an upcoming writer is to look for a production house that is constantly producing, and just get a job there as one of the staff writers. That way you get to hone your skills. When now it comes time for you to sell your scripts as an individual, at least you have something that backs you up. If somebody sees that you have a well of experience, then it becomes easy for them for you to convince them to buy your script. But just a random person you've been writing in your house, and then you walk into an office with a script, I can tell you for a fact that 90% of the people you'll be talking to will not even look at it. Yeah, so I know it's not the best answer. It's not what people want to hear. But as a writer, you have to tarmac a bit and look for a production company that produces. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ebol. Well, lady, as this is now directed to the panel of us, lady and gentlemen, really appreciate your time. And also the people who've been viewing us across different platforms, talk of YouTube, talk of Facebook. We appreciate you participating in the 6th Kalasha International Film and TV market. I'd like to thank my panel, Abel Mutua, who's the creative director at Philip Productions, where Daka Getimi is the CEO of Centonomy. We also have Sarika Lakani, who is the managing partner at One Fine Day Film. And the whole team at Kalasha really appreciate you. These questions do not stop. Remember, you can always inbox Abel, because he's on social media. Sarika is only on LinkedIn, so search for her over there. Waithaka is all over the place. Search him up. engage him on inbox. These are people who respond to their inboxes. Yeah, I can tell you confidently because I've gotten some responses from them. All right. With that said, thank you very much for participating in this. That's where we put a full stop on where has all the money gone. Well, the responsibility and the ball is in your court. Educate yourself. Equip yourself, understand how to plan your finances, how to grow your brand as a filmmaker, and even as a writer. And I believe that we shall take this industry forward together. All right, with that said, we put a full stop to it. Have yourself a good afternoon. It's 34, actually 12:35, so 15 or 25 minutes to 1. Enjoy your afternoon. This is the 6th Kalasha International Film and TV Market. God bless. I'm not keeping boy, by the way, just so you know. Let's enjoy. Cheers. Thank you, Abo. Bye, Sarika. You guys were bye.
So, welcome to the topic, Localization is Globalization, Packaging Our Content for the International Market. My name is Caroline Bindio Coroso. I work in the localization world. I am the head of Hiventi Africa. I run the offices in Kenya and Nigeria. I'm joined here today by our head of project management, Rafael Gatti, who will also introduce himself very briefly, and our senior technical manager, Malcolm Mwita, who will also introduce himself. My background professionally is from production. So I was a producer for numerous years, and now I've gone full circle, and I am now in the localization world and post-production, and the production of post-production. So over to you, Rafael, very briefly.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rafael. I'm the head of project management at Hiventi Africa. I have a background in finance, but decided to move on to the film industry. So I've been doing a bit of sound engineering and mixing, and I found myself at a position to be able to manage projects. So I'm specialized with SVOD deliveries, so that is for Netflix, Amazon, and localization of assets such as the subtitles, dubbing, audio descriptions, SDH, and so on.
Thank you, Rafael. Over to you, Malcolm.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Malcolm Marwa, Senior Technical Manager at Hiventi Africa. I've been a sound engineer in the course of my career, and currently I'm an encoding specialist. So basically, I've been through pre and actual post-production for the content and delivery to the SVODs. That's where I specialize. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. So where I'd like to kick off is to just share some brief information on Hiventi, who we are. And the way we're going to do our presentation, we have 3 main segments. We're going to try to keep it within an hour and 15 minutes. And within that time, we'll also take questions and answer what we can. So we're going to kind of rip through I'll rip through the introduction and the state of the OTT market at this time. And then Rafael will talk about a little bit about localization, why it's a value added. And then Malcolm will get into the more technical conversations. We'd like to time this 45 minutes so we can have at least half an hour for some Q&A and address any questions, comments, feedback that anyone may have. So welcome. So Hiventi, we define ourselves, I'm sorry, I'm reading from something on the side. Oh, there it is, the presentation. Go ahead. So Hiventi, we define ourselves as a trusted partner in the entertainment industry in the areas of content creation, distribution, and preservation. We actively support content creators, distributors, and broadcasters to safeguard their content, reach and maximize their distribution and revenues worldwide. Whoever is handling the presentation, you can go to the next page. Next page. There we go. Hiventi has been in this business for over 35 years, providing technical services to the entertainment industry. We operate our services in 4 core areas, and these are our fields of expertise. 1, image and sound post-production. 2, asset management and deliveries. 3, localization. 4, preservation and restoration. Hiventi is a founding member of the EGA, which stands for the Entertainment Globalization Association, which is an industry network on localization-oriented topics. And we are also members of the DPP, which is a media industry business network. And we're members of all these organizations in order to capture the latest market trends and to be able to tap on the evolution and trickle this and to understand what our clients will need. We are Netflix, Amazon, iTunes preferred vendors. We have offices in Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco, France, Poland, Vietnam, and Singapore. And in late 2022, Hiventi was acquired by Transperfect, which is the largest translation company in the world. and we are now High-Venti Transperfect. So if you look at some of those badges, just go back one page. What does this mean? So when we say we're approved by Netflix, Amazon, Apple TV, this means that we're approved as vendors to package their content. And on the CSR, this is on the UN Global Impact, we are rated. And on the security, we are badged on TPN, which means that we take care of our assets because we have to deal with so much asset management. You can go to the next page. So I wanted to have a very brief overview of the OTT market to date, bearing in mind that the figures I'm sharing are from last year. Some things may have changed currently, but it won't be very dramatic. So this is just a guideline. So the state of OTT in Africa to date. Swift OTT spreads like Netflix or Amazon Prime entered in the market in 2016, and Netflix is accelerating its African acquisitions and original productions since 2019, and of course that was kind of ramped up during COVID. Netflix accounts for 57% of the SVOD markets within Africa, with approximately 2.6 million subscribers in 2021. And it's estimated that will hit about 6.2 million, which will be equivalent to 44% of the market at some point. The drop will be due to the arrival of Disney Plus, which was scheduled in 2022. It might not have been as aggressive, but of course the competition is changing. And it's anticipated Disney will gain about 3 million subscribers once they really aggressively hit the market. Showmax accounts for about 860 subscribers. However, it's increasing quite rapidly with a more and more aggressive content offer. By 2026, the sub-Saharan region should account for about 13 million OTT subscribers, creating a revenue of about 1.7 billion USD, equivalent to about 340% growth in Africa. So what is at stake for the futures? There's anticipated a shift from SVOD to AVOD shifts, and payment solution options will improve, which will increase the subscriber base. Of course, the one big thing is that there are massive business opportunities for the platforms thanks to the fast-growing mobile internet connectivity, the young population, and the increase of the middle class. Can we go to the next page? The OTT market, a general overview to date. OTT platforms like Netflix, which accounts for about 220 million subscribers, or Amazon, which accounts for about 175 million subscribers, are available in most parts of the world. However, they are yet to be localized in each territory. And this is a key strategic point for all of them to increase viewership. Netflix is now expanding its localized content to sub-Saharan Africa and is more and more aggressive on the continent in the areas of acquisition, licensed and branded, and original productions. Disney Plus is aiming to launch in Eastern Europe was supposed to launch in Eastern Europe in 2022. I think they did. And they were planning to complete their rollout in Asia by mid-2023 and to start sub-Saharan Africa rollout by some point in 2023, possibly in 2024. HBO Max is approximately 44 million subscriber, is also following the trends, and is now starting to localize in Europe and Eastern Europe, in the Indian subcontinent and the APAC regions, which they want to launch in some point in 2023. So we can expect that once these deployments are completed, HBO Max will move to the sub-Saharan region. The OTT platforms are expanding at 3 different levels: local, regional, and international, offering all kinds of content, stimulating sales, and creating a positive competitive market. To date, we count there are over 200 plus OTT offers globally. To the next page. In terms of size, the 5 major US-based platforms take about 53% of the worldwide subscribers, which is about 1.7 billion planned by about 2026. This equates to a collective 910 million subscriptions by 2026. which will be up from about 585 million in 2021. So you can see the path is very aggressive. Netflix will remain the largest player, adding 50. It's anticipated they'll add about 53 million subscribers to reach 275 million subscriptions by 2026. But Disney Plus is a very strong competitor. And it's anticipated that they'll add about 140 million subscribers between 2021 and 2026. And HBO Max anticipated to have about 83 million subscribers by 2026. So we go to the next page. Can you go back? Can you go back? Thank you. Not that one, no. I think you're on the wrong page. It's okay. You can just go to the section on localization. The digital revenue globally is anticipated in 2023 to hit about $2.6 trillion, up from, and that will make it about 61%, up from 57.3% in 2020. Globally, since 2020, the subscription video on demand revenue is now higher than box office revenue and is anticipated to double by the end of 2024. And in 2020, smartphones overtook fixed broadband as the primary source of data consumption. So mobile phones, the mobile system, may represent over 40% of the total global subscriber count in 2025. 49% of the worldwide population is connected to mobile internet and should reach 61% by 2025, for which the highest growth are expected in sub-Saharan Africa and the Asia Pacific. So that was just a quick overview of what the market trends are now that streamers have become the largest output system for the content that's being generated globally. So I'm going to hand over to Raphael, who's going to talk a little bit about what localization is, why it's a form of globalization, and what's happening in the areas of localization. Over to you, Raphael.
Thank you so much, Carol. That was indeed interesting. It's just good to interesting to see the global shift and how things are behaving. There are so many different OTT platforms. So we have a couple like SVODs, we have TVODs, and FVODs. So for those people who don't know what I'm referring to, it's we have subscription video on demand based platforms. We also have transactional based video on demand platforms. So these are where people buy content just to be able to watch. And then we also have free VOD, which is for free video on demand, like YouTube and the like. In order to start, I'll just start at the beginning, and I'll just request to have the slides moved back a bit. One more. Backwards, that's what, yeah, from there. So to start with the localization. So what is localization? Localization is simply just the adoption of content and making sure that it's adopted for any for a specific region. So for example, we have if you've looked at content from marketing, you'll notice that we have Colgate in Kenya, but we also have Colgate in somewhere like Saudi Arabia. But it's the way it's being promoted, it's totally different from how it's promoted in Kenya. But at the end of the day, it's still the same content, or it's still the same product. So looking at it from a film production point of view, localization is just taking film content and making sure that we are able to communicate different cultures or different stories in different countries, and making sure that communicate about the content. So just to start, we just look at the overall research of localization, and you will notice that, please move back to the slide just immediately after the, yes, there, 75%. So you'll notice that research shows that 75% of non-English speakers prefer to watch content in their own local or native And this is something that contributes revenues, I believe, in the year 2021 to 2022, whereby they increased their revenues to about 50% extra just localization during the pandemic, whereby people were stuck home and they watched a lot of content from online. This was made possible through things like dubbing, and so on and so forth. And just looking at it and how important it is for filmmakers is by generally looking at WHO says around 5% of the global population, which amounts to about 460. Just move on to the next slide. Next one, there, which amounts to about 430 million people. If you want to make sure your content can reach all this population or all these different people, the best way to do it is through subtitling. And that's why we have things like closed captions or SDH, which is subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, and whereby they capture and explain descriptions of sound so that people who are deaf or hard of hearing can be able to, follow up on the content and it shows that 40% through closed caption, 40% of your content can be able to meet a wide range of viewers all over the world. All right, to the next slide. But generally, the main aim of localization is very simple. It's just to make sure that your content is easily accessible throughout the entire globe and it can meet many different people. With this change and with this adoption of globalization, we are seeing that so many different platforms that are coming in. As Caroline has mentioned, we are looking at Disney coming into Africa. I know they've already set up in Tunisia, they've also set up in Morocco, and they've also set up in South Africa. So it's just short for them to get countries. If you look at it, and that just brings about a simple challenge. And the simple challenge is how can producers or film creators get their content onto these online platforms? Because there are so many specifications. For example, in Amazon, how we deliver files is different. How we deliver files to Netflix is different. So there's so many different specifications on how to deliver content to all these SVOD platforms and make they meet their own requirements. And that's where we come in as High20, whereby we are the intermediary to enable you or to make sure that your content is able to be uploaded and taken to all these different SVOD platforms. Next slide, please. All right. So to start, what are the key components we need to be able to localize our content? Yeah. I'll start generally with the key names and phrases. So key names and phrases is a document that is very important. And these are some of the assets that most of the OTT platforms require in order for them to be able to localize your content. So the key names and phrases document is just a document that enables them to translate and localize the content throughout many different languages consistently and making sure that all the context is captured accurately without anything being left out. It was for anyone who attended yesterday, the physical meeting, there was a short presentation from Netflix and they said they are about countries and about that languages. So if you have a particular film and you want it to be localized, for example, let's say Country King, which was also, I think, localized to about 32 different countries or languages. The aim is to make sure that what is being communicated in Swahili or English can be captured as well in Chinese or in Mandarin, just to make sure that there's consistency and nothing is lost in translation. So that's why key names and is very important, and it provides the SVOD platforms the ability to make sure there's consistency throughout the film and nothing has been left out. Next one. Great. So the other key component or document that is needed is the dialogue list. And dialogue list is very simple, is as simple as so it's just time coded, a document which has the time codes and names of authors and also the dialogues being spoken by these particular characters. And this is important because all these OTT platforms to be able to, use the document to come up with subtitles directly and also be able to do dubbing. To do dubbing, we use the dialogue list to create something that is pivot dialogue list, which is on the next slide. All right. So what is a pivot? A PLDL. A PLDL is generally a pivot language dialogue list. So if we have a show in Swahili, for example, like let's say Queen, you'll see dialogue list or pivot language dialogue list is a document that captures one, the time code in, time code out, the source meaning the person who is speaking, dialogue itself now in Swahili, for example, and the translation to English. And also annotations and tags. So annotations are just this dialogue. So for example, if in this particular presentation, when someone says, you grows on trees, if I was to tell this to someone in let's say, and understand English, I would translate it literally and think that, oh, money grows on trees. But the purposes of the document is to enable the OTT platform to have context as to what the dialogue means, and also for them to have the English translation whereby they can be able to localize it to many different languages. Currently, I know for a fact like Netflix dubs to about 10 to 14 different languages. That is from North America, South America, Africa, and as well Asia. Next. Time text materials. So time text materials are very important and in localization. And these things include things like subtitles, closed caption, and subtitles. And just to briefly explain what these are, general subtitles, they target people who film and can hear what is happening, but do not understand the language. So it's very straightforward. However, for closed captions and SDH, it focuses more on the. And I've noticed a lot of people watching films on Netflix or Amazon tend to watch movies with closed captions on, but ideally because the closed captions are not meant for them. They are meant for people who are deaf and hard of hearing. Yeah. And then we also have false narratives. This is just a subtitle that is provided by these OTT platforms for people who understand the language and want to watch the film with subtitles. However, so the false narrative will only appear in instances whereby we have foreign languages or foreign dialogue and they need to be understood. So they'll be forced on you to read so that you understand the plot of the show. Next slide. All right, so what is the process? For most of the titles that we deliver or we are commissioned to deliver to all these different platforms, and for mostly originals that are being worked on by the OTT platforms, the first step we usually work with is to deliver a locked cut file. A locked cut file is very important because this enables the OTT platform to be able to work on the materials beforehand or before the film is actually finally ready. And if you've watched many different cinemas, different shows, you'll notice that you'll find a trailer will way before the show launches. And the reason why that happens is because they have the locked cuts and the general materials available for them to be able to create the necessary trailers, things like teasers, and so on and so forth. So the locked cut is very important. And for any filmmaker who's working on a title, the first asset that you'll always be asked for is the locked cut. And the locked cut, you'll be given very specific requirements, things like the locked cut should have built-in subs. And this is to enable them to be able to understand the film, if the film is in English, so that they can create edits from them and come up with trailers and marketing materials. And if you see, the locked cut material has some key features on it, and you'll notice that it has, like the metadata of the film. It will tell you information about the property, the licensing, and so on and so forth. And this enables them to, prepare all the servicing material. Afterwards, then you'll be able to deliver the final video. There are so many different formats of how all these OTT platforms require the materials, and I believe my colleague Malcolm will be able to speak more on it. But just to touch on it a bit, for things like Amazon, I believe they need the files in MXF as a master file. However, for Netflix, it's more or less like an IMF. For guys who don't know, an IMF is just an interoperable master format, whereby you can be able to package many different assets in one master file. All right, and then from there, the general step is to move from there. We have to create the dialogue list, and the dialogue list is what I was talking about previously, and that enables guys to be able to create subtitles and to also prepare for dubbing. So the dialogue list captures a lot of things. It will capture reactions. It will capture the person who is speaking. It will also let you know whether the person is on and off screen, and so on and so forth. And just to touch on something again about dubbing is the audio description. I know many people are not used to this, but I believe you've been able to see some of the content available on these OTT platforms. You will notice that there are some audio descriptions available, and audio descriptions is generally targeting the blind, because it gives descriptions of events that are happening. So it allows, the good thing is that it does not interfere with the dialogue, but it will capture its additional dialogue to capture instances or videos or pictures that blind people cannot be able to see within the film. So they need to be given the context as to what is taking place for them to actually watch and understand what is taking place with that particular film. So as you can see, there's so many different aspects into localization. As we said, they target many different audiences. So they target people who can watch and understand. They also target people who can watch but do not understand the language. They target people also who can watch but cannot hear what is going on. They also target people who can hear but cannot see what is taking place. And that is achieved through the many different assets of localization, like, as I mentioned, subtitles, dubbing assets, and voiceovers, and so on and so forth. And in order for them to meet this, they will need also some major key assets, like print masters. And generally, a print master is, the original mix of the dialogue of the film. And this one is usually very ideal for dubbing or localizing documentaries, because documentaries are usually voice overlays. So they will be able to tone down the mix and be able to extract anything or any element that is missing from the M&E during their mix. They will also require separate dialogue stems, music stems, music and effect stems, amongst other things that they need. All right, so generally, if you see it, you'll notice content is king, just as the document says. Content is king, and the main aim is just to make sure that you store your content correctly, because there's so many different content producers who sit down on many films that were done from ages ago, but they cannot make so much money out of it from at this particular moment because the content does not meet the requirements of all these export platforms. So one of the things that my colleague Malcolm will talk about is just how to store assets and which assets to store and why they're important, and also how to make sure that they meet quality of all these different vendors. And then also the aim is also to remember the audience that you're trying to meet, or the audience that you're trying to reach out to. So if you want to distribute your film locally, it's very simple, and we've done it before. But if you want to reach a global market, you have to meet some certain standards. You have to be able to think about localizing in a different asset, because as I've mentioned, there are many different viewers of content who are being targeted by all these OTT platforms. And generally, what localization for me means is that we can tell all
that we can start dealing, because it can be a bit overwhelming, but the reality is that the reason why there are technical vendors is because they are the intermediary. The expectation is not that you're the one who will package any of these things. The way it works is that it has to be filtered through a technical vendor who then makes the delivery to the client on your behalf. Anything out there? Okay. Anything? Where are they supposed to be? All right. So Malcolm, I think you can go into the more technical stuff. We'll do that for about 15 minutes if you can put your timer on.
All right. So just to kick start us off, we all know, or we are all familiar with KEBS. It's our standard of approval on anything that is being produced locally. And as Carol has mentioned, the vendors exist between any organization and anyone who's planning to do content distribution. So as I start us off, please go to the next slide. I'll start with the technical specifications and where should we lay reference to technical standards. Globally, we refer to the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, which is an organization of professional association of engineers, technologists, and executives working in the media and entertainment industry. This organization is the international benchmark for broadcast, filmmaking, and digital cinema, audio recording, information technology, and medical imaging standards. But since we're in the digital era, we'll use Netflix as a benchmark. And ideally, at this point, I would like to talk about who is a technical vendor. Next slide, please. So within the VOD platforms, they've come up with a system of making sure that whatever is being delivered to their platforms is of the standard that they expect and the codecs they expect. So they've come up with various programs to ensure that these people are actually trained to ensure that whatever is being delivered to the platforms is of the standards being expected. For example, as a Hiventi, we have two badges from Netflix, which is the Netflix, next slide. Yeah, Netflix, sorry, previous slide. Netflix host partner program. When you have this certification from Netflix, you're ideally responsible for localizing the content and dubbing it. And as we'll see in a few, I'll mention some of the expectations that you have for handling this type of project. After that, we're also certified as the NPFP, which is the Netflix Preferred Fulfillment Partner. Next slide. And as you notice from the description, they say that members who are part of this are passionate project managers and media virtuous and general expertise in their craft. Netflix Preferred Fulfillment Partners know our delivery specifications inside out and are excellently equipped to meet the challenges and demands of providing licensed content to Netflix. Usually, within each region, they identify certain vendors that will be then responsible for delivery to their platforms. As you will notice on the next slide, I shared this screenshot for us to understand the various distribution regions that exist. So we have IMEA, APAC, Europe, and the rest of the world. So ideally, when you're trying to get your film onto Netflix or any SVOD platform, the first thing you should look for is a distributor. The distributors normally have direct links with the SVOD platforms, who will then refer you to a technical vendor, in this case, Hiventi. So what does it mean to be part of this system? When you're part of this system, you get access to Netflix Preview or the SVOD platform's backend. As you can see, what you're seeing now is the delivery backend of Netflix and how we deliver content onto that platform. And the key reason why I included this into our slide is for us to understand, fine, I've already approached the distributor, but what else do I need to consider? I need to consider the scope of work, meaning what does Netflix expect you to deliver to them in order for the content to be localized and globalized? For example, first source is the secondary audio. Secondary audio is basically a localized version of your film. So for example, if you've submitted a film in Swahili and they expect you to localize it into English, that's where you submit the request. Rafael has mentioned already about SDH and closed captions, so I won't touch about that. Audio description is basically an additional audio track to help anyone who's watching the content and is blind or visually impaired to understand any plot pertinent action that is happening within the film. So for example, if somebody was walking from the left side of the screen and they pick a knife and they're about to stab somebody else, the audio description will definitely contain that. And for those of us who want to relate it to local terms, it's almost as if you are doing a DJ Afro. And then moving forward, we have the first sub. So the first sub is any graphical information that appears on the screen, for example, location tags that are also plot pertinent. So if you had a sign that says Karibu Kenya, Karibu Nairobi, that would has to be translated and is submitted to Netflix as a first sub. Subtitles are quite obvious. Dub card or the dub image is basically, if you've watched any localized version of any project on Netflix, you'll see at the very end, they include credits of any studio that has worked on the localized versions. So let's take a deep dive into some of the assets that these SVOD platforms require. So the first thing is the print master, dialogue, music, and effects stems. This ideally usually come from the content producer because they are in charge of the original source material. After that, and on my next slides, I'll talk about how you can achieve all of these assets. So right now, I'll just run through them. After that, the technical vendor will then do a full QC or a master QC and identify blockers, which is the last section of my presentation, and do any technical fixes after being authorized by the technical partner, by the technical content provider or the producer. Once we're in the clear and we've done all our technical fixes, we then move into AV packaging and delivery. Locked proxies are provided to any dubbing studio, and I would have gone back to the slide, but usually if you remember the slide, it has time code and a ban-in to ensure that it protects the security of your film, meaning it won't be shared recklessly over the internet, because one, whoever is working on the content has a version that is burnt in with the studio working on it. So they include time code and a ban-in to ensure that your asset is protected. KNPs, dialogue lists, subtitles, dubbing and audio description as recorded script. All of this we've already addressed. And then lastly, what we need is the metadata and artwork. So let's take a look at how do we get all the steps and what we are supposed to archive. During editing is when we will then organize our assets, and ideally most of the editors work on either Premiere Pro, Final Cut, or DaVinci Resolve. But what is most important is that after the export, you actually keep these original edit sessions. Why? We've had instances where we've been delivering content onto the SVOD platforms, and we ask for a simple edit to edit out a frame that has a digital hit. Maybe for those of us who are familiar with a DVD player, the era when you used to play the DVD, and at the point where the DVD had a scratch, you would see micro blocks. Sometimes this happens in the digital era, and that's why it's quite important to keep your editing project file. While editing is also ongoing, we are very familiar with the works of motion graphics and visual effects. Some of us, once we render our projects, we get rid of these assets, and we assume that, okay, once we've flattened the image, that's pretty much it. But that's the reason why we are able to get La Casa de la Papel converted into Money Heist into the exact same format, maintaining the exact same color and the same graphics design, because they actually kept the initial After Effects project files. So far we've looked at two things. We've kept our editing session, we've kept our After Effects session. And if you're looking for a workflow, or you're trying to find out which software you should be working on for these two particular stages, I highly recommend Adobe and After Effects, because that is what majority of the Netflix team works on. Once we have what we call a picture lock, or the final edit, it's then pushed to the sound editing team to do various things such as cleaning the audio, syncing, Foley design, ADR, and SFX. And as you would see, some of the blockers that are quite evident in content from our region is that we tend to have a one-man show, meaning your audio engineer is still your audio editor, is still your location sound guy, is still your mix engineer, and kind of has hurt the process because they'll pay attention into the picture and you have quite quality picture, but the sound ends up being awful. So it's quite important that we specialize in these roles, and that's why we have dialogue editors whose sole purpose is to go through the dialogues, removing clicks, pops, and any distortion that occurs within the film. They will also sync the dialogue with the picture lock, just to ensure that the quality sound that was recorded on set is transferred to the final picture lock. ADR happens on two instances, which is usually when we encounter technical hits within the film, or when you are recording on location and go back to studio editing and we discover that there's distortion or there was some radio interference, so we need to re-record those sections. For those of us who might not be familiar with the term ADR, it's automatic dialogue replacement. While this is happening, we then move into sound mixing. But the final asset that we get from this point is the final dialogue stems, because ideally, these are used as reference files during the dubbing process. So we move into the sound mixing and at the same time, music compositions. While you edit, the editor and the music composer have a sit down and do what we call a spotting session. So a spotting session is where the content provider identifies sections that music is supposed to go onto the film, and they will have a composer compose the feel that is supposed to be within that scene. So once they do this, they share this with the mix engineer, who will then do the final mix. At final mix, he's supposed to do normalization. This was a standard that was set up to ensure that the music or whatever film that is being played out matches the standards uniformly. Meaning, I'm sure we've all had instances where we've been watching CNN and then you switch to our local TV news and you find that it's drastically higher or it's drastically lower. And it's simply because normally we don't normalize our content to ensure that it meets the loudness standards. So the mixing engineer is responsible for this and ensuring that the content has been mixed to standard. So far we've seen that at this point we were able to receive the final mix assets. On to the next slide, please. So once we have all of this, we are then able to create a master file. And can you get away with having one master file? I would say yes and no. Why? Because each and every broadcaster has their own set of standards depending on the equipment they've heavily invested in. For SVOD platforms, you get away with the specifications that are on your screen now. But for example, when you're dealing with areas where they're dealing with analog systems, you then have to convert your video into interlaced footage. However, it's easy to retranscode and go from format to format. So the easiest format to archive your content in is I would advise you to use Apple ProRes 422HQ. This cannot be exported on Windows natively. You will have to add softwares like Adobe Premiere Pro. DaVinci Resolve can't do it. And if you have a Macintosh computer, you're safe. I'll talk about frame rate later when I'm reviewing the final technical specifications from Netflix. So on to the next slide, please. Also, at this point, I would like to talk about artwork, and these are one of the requirements that are needed when submitting to SVOD platforms. And there's three forms of artwork. We have the poster or the title image, the landscape image, or the hero and the hero image. If you move on to the next slide, you'll then see some samples of this kind of work and what their purpose serves. But basically, the artwork is meant to be used on the various platforms that we use, for example, mobile phones, tablets, and TV sets. So kindly move to the next slide so that you can see a visual representation of what I'm talking about. Okay, yes. So here's a sample of Amazon artwork that is required. Generally, it's the same tone across SVOD platforms. So you'll see that the cover art has a resolution of 16:9. This is what you see ideally on the login screen before you play the movie. The box art is what then is used for basically iPads and mobile devices because of the page orientation. And the hero art is what will be used to describe the metadata that I'll shortly talk about. Next slide. So what is metadata? Metadata, as the name states, is basically information about the file. What are the from a technical point of view, it will be what is the technical information about the file, meaning what is its formats, what is the duration, what is the frame rate, how many audio channels are there. And if you look at this, it's a summation of what we've seen previously. So we can see that one, there's information about this particular film. There's the hero artwork on the side, and basically a thumbnail preview of the title, which is the cover art at the very bottom where it says, because you watched Orange, blah, 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 here's House of Cards. Most of the times, what I've seen is challenging is that we do not do our synopsis and way beforehand. So normally it doesn't give a complete picture about what the film or what is expected about the film. So it kind of sways people away from watching your film. So it's quite important to put effort into making sure that the type of metadata you provide is quite enticing, so that just by reading those 4 lines or the long or short version synopsis, I'm able to decide whether this film is worth my time. All right, so I won't go into detail into this, but for those of us who don't know, there's a codec and there's a container. The codec is basically a short form of code and decode, and basically how whatever system is going to intake the data and output it. And the container is whatever format. So like when we say MP3, WAV file, is whatever format the file is held in. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is in a few slides that I'm showing now, we'll get to see some of the accepted formats onto the Netflix platforms. Next slide. So, sorry, that's okay, because there's a video master before this. Yes. So for a video master, when you're delivering to Netflix, they started it as a test initially, where they allowed people to submit 4K content onto the platform, and they realized that as they collect data, they realized that more and more producers started to deliver content onto the platform in 4K. So with this recently, they then made it compulsory to deliver content in the highest resolution. So meaning if you are on location and you use cameras that are capable of shooting in 4K, that is what you then deliver to Netflix. This doesn't mean that the content cannot be submitted in a down-res format, but ideally what they would want is the highest format available. And also another challenge has been producers have come back, it's claiming and saying that, okay, I have a better source file, I would like to replace it, and they have to open a new request for the file to be submitted. So if you're aiming or targeting any camera, because this is normally a question I get a lot, is which camera should I use for Netflix, or if I'm targeting any SVOD platform? I'd say use whatever is within your budget, because as you would know, the higher or the more sophisticated the equipment is, the more costly it's going to cost for you to hire it out. Native frame rate is something that I'd like to address at this point. You can submit any of those frame rates that are being presented now, but the content has to be been shot in that particular frame rate. So if you're trying to submit in 60 frames per second, you have to submit content that was recorded in 60 frames per second. Basically taking a 24 or 23 frame per second content and trying to upscale, press it to 60. What that does is the software will introduce what we call duplicate frames. And these SVOD platforms have developed automated systems where that they check the content. So anytime there's duplicate frames within the source content, it will reject it automatically. Of course, since it's the digital era, we use progressive and non-interlaced video. Next slide. That's it for video. Audio specifications. Audio specifications are quite the same. But what I would like us to pay attention is the various formats that are there. So we have a 2.0, a 5.1, and a 5.1 plus stereo. Normally, it depends on your budget, because the more sophisticated the mix becomes, the more costly it will cost, because you have to pay for studios that have actually set up 5.1 setups. Ideally, if you're delivering to Netflix, when you're doing surround sound, which is 5.1, they require a stereo, which is why if you look at the last format, it's 5.1 plus stereo. The channel mapping or the channel order is quite crucial. As you can see, it's quite similar across all three, meaning we start by left, right center, LFE, left surround, right surround, stereo, and stereo left and stereo right. One important thing to note about this is that this is submitted as one audio file with the 8 channels. So you can't submit mono files. It has to be one audio stream with the 8 channels. So after we've created all these assets, how do we name them? Next slide. Usually when we are doing our own local exports, or we are doing exports for previewing, it's more or less, let's say I was going to screen this at Raphael's house, I would be like Raphael export, or say Caroline export, which is very bad practice. Ideally, the recommended naming convention is that you start by the project title, followed by the season, frame rate, asset type, whether it's a print master or an M&E, which sound field does it lie in? Is it in the near field or the massive? So that's when you're dealing with both film and the home cinema experience, number of channels, sample rate, bit depth, and basically information that you then get to know whether this is the first version or the second version. The next slide shows sample names, which you will then note that it's quite easy to tell what assets I'm dealing with before delivery, or even the Netflix team themselves are able to identify what assets they are working with. So for example, you can see the print masters, it's quite clear which episode number, which track order it is, so on and so forth. So as I conclude my presentation, what are the various blockers that we experience, or what should you stay away from? Usually when we bud in subtitles, it's with the best interest, meaning we are just trying to make sure whoever is watching our content is capable of understanding what is happening. So we provide built-in subtitles, but none of the SVODs that I've dealt with accept built-in subtitles within the source file. Ideally, if there's any, and this ties to both point 1, point 2, and point 3, black frames and commercial blacks, Ideally, sometimes when we create these master files, we are requested to add commercial black sections that we'll then pause to add commercial during broadcast, or have a few seconds of black at the very beginning and at the end. Normally for the SWOT platforms, they require 1 second at the very beginning and 1 second at the very end. Why? This is what they use to insert the various studum from Netflix at the very beginning and add the dub cards at the end. So those are the only instances where sections of black frames or commercial blacks are going to be accepted within the content. Like I mentioned, we don't require any subtitle version within the content. Sorry, I'm moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So when it comes to seamless versions, Netflix requires seamless versions, meaning if you have any forms of commercials within the content or promo, you need to edit it out and provide the video or the master file as a complete package without any promotions within it. The video source has to be exported within the Apple ProRes format, of which this, like I mentioned, this is not for you to worry about. It's something that the vendor, the technical vendor, is responsible for, because they'll then do the various technical checks. The content should be in its native frame rate, and we are not allowed to do any upraising, meaning if you have any SD source and try to upscale it to HD or 4K, this introduces technical hits within the file, so you cannot do this. Thank you, and I now welcome questions, because I'm sure that was a lot of information.
Thanks, Malcolm. So we're now at about 4 minutes to 2, and I will stretch maybe by 10 minutes, unless there are no questions, in which case we'll say thank you, and we'll meet you when your assets are ready. Kalasha, KFC, you tell us what to do. Languages does High-Venti do Kenyan films into? So by virtue of the fact that we are global, we can do up to even over 90 language combinations. In Kenya, we'll do, of course, the local dialects, but and Swahili, but we also do from Nairobi, Kinyarwanda, Somali, Amharic, and several. And we have partnerships with companies in South Africa. We have partnerships. We have an office in Nigeria, so we're able to do the Nigerian languages. So we can do just about anything that needs to be done. And of course, bearing in mind, it's not just Kenyan films to other languages, but other films to Kenyan languages or to African languages. Does dubbing guarantee success of a film or TV series? Not necessarily. It really depends on your market and the nature of the content. Dubbing is just one form of localization. If you use Netflix as a barometer of what's happening in the areas of localization, you'll notice all the stuff that's coming up, like you can choose audio description, subtitling, and all of these things. So the options in localization is what has really increased. And so it doesn't necessarily guarantee, but I would say, you have to choose what is the appropriate localization process for your content. And of course, whatever you localize it to opens up different markets. So if the success is measured by how many markets and territories that you're able to move into, then I'd say, yes, it would guarantee your success and certainly get eyeballs on your content. But it's not necessarily has to be dubbing. Not all content needs to be dubbed. In Europe, in places like Poland, they don't do dubbing. They do what they call lecture, which is like an audio description or a narration. So it really boils down to the market and what the consumers are generally used to. even as the streaming giants are trying to create new consumption habits and, of course, enhancing all the different things one can do in the areas of localization. How much does it cost to dub a film project into another language? It boils down to the language, to the nature of the assets. It boils down to who you're delivering to. It boils down, it's affected by, whether it's a 2.0, is it Dolby mix, is it 5.1? So there are many, many things that come into the conversation. But for an example, French dubbing in France, French dubbing, as in the Parisian French, you can expect to pay anything from 200 euros above for dubbing. In our markets in Africa, we look at dubbing costs at about anything from $20, and we say dollars just to make it easier, per minute and above. And the thing to note about the costing for localization is that it's often calculated per minute. What are the most popular languages other than English that films are dubbed into? I'd say I'll let Raphael take that one, since I've answered so many.
Can you just please repeat again? Sorry.
What are the most popular languages other than English that our films are dubbed into?
So the ones that I've seen that are repeated, I think, so let me just name them. There's Arabic, because the population for Arabic is big. There's Portuguese, so that is Portuguese Brazilian, from there's Spanish, and there are two versions of Spanish that is covering the European market, which is Spanish Castilian, and then we also have Spanish Neutral, which covers the North American bit. So those are the major languages that I've seen. Also French and Italian.
Could you tell us from the African languages, which are the biggest groups that tend to be localized?
So far, the biggest languages that I've noticed being localized are in South Africa, we have Xhosa, Zulu, Tswana. In Nigeria, we obviously have Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. And also we have Swahili. For anyone who's watched content, what is the name? There's a sitcom on Netflix by Michael Phelps that was dubbed into Swahili.
Up shows.
And also up shows. And they also do a lot of French African dubbing for films from West Africa.
I'd also add their Amharic, because their channels tend to be in Amharic. So there are several languages. Here's a question for you, Malcolm. When packaging content for the international market, what are the major themes to focus on?
So, like I mentioned, the codec. What codec are you using? You can't simply submit an MP4 file. It has to be a master file. So usually we work with MXFs. Depending on the mix format that you have to embed all your audio stems. So meaning if you're doing 5.1, this has to be embedded into the MXF itself. So ideally you'd have your MNE stems, your dialogue stems, and the print master itself, bringing it up to a total of, I think, 24 channels within the same master file. Why do they do this? Because like we mentioned before, you need this type of assets to do a localization. So an MXF format with all audio formats embedded within it will suffice. The resolution, that goes back to what you shot in. So if you used much modern gear, I'm sure you're capable of doing even 8K. So the higher the better. If you have old content, that shouldn't discourage you, because once you mentioned it to the SVOD platforms that it's in SD, they'll then review it and give you permission to upload the content as is. And just to add on to it, as Hi-Venti, we do a lot of restoration. So anyone who has content in film, it can be digitized, and we still offer archiving. So meaning if you want to go from digital to film reels, we are still capable of doing that.
So I just want to add something about the international markets and what to focus on. What I would encourage producers, content creators, is to just use the same benchmark, whether it's going locally or whether it's going to a global reach, because you don't know where your content is going to go in the end. And those assets, what can happen with your film is that years from now, somebody might have an interest in it. So I'd say always keep your assets in very good storage, and keep your high-res everything and all your separate stems. Do not keep everything backed up as an MP4 and then expect that somehow you're going to end up in different places. So the biggest issue for content creators is to make sure that they manage their assets and store all their work properly in those separate elements, so that when the content is picked up by different streamers, it can be modified for that streamer easily. Don't forget, there's also a lot of trailers and other material that comes out of the content. So for moving ahead, I'd just say you must focus on having all your assets saved. Don't leave it with the post guy. They're your assets. That's why they're called assets. They're yours. Keep them yourself, or work with asset management companies like ourselves to archive and keep your materials for you. But you must keep them, because these things are having a shelf life years and years later. Otherwise, how would we be able to watch all these old films that we're watching that are even being restored? So I'd say you must focus on keeping your assets and keeping them well, and in as high resolution, highest quality you possibly can. There's a question here. In situations where an international buyer asks for changes on your content, specifically scripts, and you're not comfortable with that, what is the advisable thing to do? We don't really deal with things from a scripting point of view, but I can tell you as a producer, you have to just find a way to negotiate. And if it doesn't work out for you, then you're going to have to find someone else to handle it, because everything is collaboration and negotiation. And these are creative questions, so I'm pretty sure the only thing you can do is negotiate and agree on what will work or not work, or you move to someone else. And then Jane Gitonga, you're asking, where do we find these tech vendors? The tech vendors, if you go to any of the websites, whether it's Netflix, Amazon, if you're coming to create a deal with them, they'll let you know who their vendors are. And that is the last question. And I would like to thank everybody for the opportunity to do this. And from me and my team and our team everywhere, thank you very much, and have a great afternoon. Bye.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Kalasha Film Market 2023. This afternoon, we are having a conversation that is titled Planning for the Best and Ensuring for the Worst. As filmmakers, we have been interacting with the time production insurance for a while, but it's good to set a conversation around it before we even get to introduce my panelists today. Anyone who's worked on a film set will tell you things don't always go as planned. Shoots run late, equipment gets lost, crew get injured, etc., etc. So for this and other countless reasons, producers normally purchase what is called a film production insurance for each of their production to protect and cover themselves from these things. However, whether you're looking at a great policy or not, it will always be confusing because of the intense legal and insurance jargon that's there. And hopefully today we'll be able to unpack all that in very simple terms so that we can embrace, as stakeholders in the film industry, the importance of preparing for the worst while we do our productions. In this session today, we hope to break down everything that you need to know about film insurance, along with some tips that will help you navigate the policy world for your next production. Film production insurance normally shields your production from liabilities up to a certain amount of money that will depend with the policy you're getting. Each insurance policy is different, tailored and targeted to your production company's needs or to your project's needs. And that's when you decide which policy to buy. While most film production insurance cover set injuries and damages, and there are specialized policies that can usually be added on according to the needs and demands of your shoot. And to paint an example, I would say a film insurance policy for a film that's shooting underwater and for a film that's just shooting on the road or in a house will definitely differ in the amount of money you'll need to buy the policy, but the function and purpose will still remain the same. And at the end of it all, I always like to remind stakeholders and filmmakers that film insurance policy is like having a spicy Indian meal where you put in all your necessary spices until you feel like it's loaded enough. But if you don't have that white thing that's a neutralizer next on the side, that small white thing that they serve like yogurt, then you'll pay for it moments later after you enjoy your nice meal. So ladies and gentlemen, I am Ezekiel Onyango. My current position is the chairperson of the Kenya Film and Television Professional Association and will be a moderator today with a very, 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 very interesting and amazing panel. I will start by introducing them and then they'll say something a little bit about themselves. And the lady in the room will be number one. This is Miss Njoki Mohoho, who also happens to be our vice chairperson at the Kenya Film and Television Professionals Association. She is also the founder, proprietor, and wonder producer at Zebra Productions. And I'll let her say the rest about herself. Welcome, Njoki.
Thank you so much, Izzy. I feel like you've really glorified me. I feel like you've really put me on top there. But there's one thing I have learned as a woman producer, if you don't sing your praise, nobody will sing it for you. So it is true, I'm a leading producer. I'm founder of my company, Zebra Productions. And yes, I am the vice chair to the Kenya Film and Television Professionals Association, of which, Izzy, you are my chairman. So we work well together. I'm very happy to be here on this panel discussion because insurance is something we struggle a lot in the industry, especially for me in my current production, which is a big production, 260 episodes in 10 months, and with a crew of from 150 to 200. So insurance is a big issue, a pain, a pleasure, everything that goes in doing a successful business. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, KFC, for having me here.
Thank you so much, Joki. And I will now move to the man who has single-handedly revolutionized and created an emerging film sector deep down in the coastal region, Mr. Daudi Anguka from AR Films, current producer and director of Sanura, the biggest watched show in East Africa on Africa Magic in Swahili. Mr. Anguka, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Izzy. My name is Daudi Anguka. I'm a film producer based in Mombasa. and I am the founder of a art film production. And our main aim is to create stories there in Mombasa. And I'm glad to be welcome to discuss about the insurance because for the last 6 to 5 years, I've been working on different projects. Like my last project was Pete, which I worked for 4 to 5 years. And I think there were so many challenges for me to understand about how am I going to insure my people and ensure my production. So I'm really glad to be here and hope we can discuss more and be able to understand more about insurance. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Nguka, and I'll move to a man who a lot of people don't know is a cinematographer trained in Italy, producer, director, and a little bit secret about this guy is that he's actually a very good rhythm guitarist and used to entertain us in the set of Baraka Films where he worked as a DOP. For those of you in the audience who don't know Baraka Films, this is the glory days of Kenya films brought to you by the late pioneer Jerry Karago, Judy Kibinge, and Martin Munywa, and we made a fantastic, fantastic set of films. My former chairperson at the association, friend and mentor, Mr. Martin Munywa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ezekiel. Thank you, everybody. My name, as been introduced, is Martin Munywa, filmmaker. I use filmmaker because I wear several hats in film, and I've got credits in various disciplines as well. Currently, I'll just talk about my current situation, and moving forward, I've gone into the artificial intelligence space. So I'm doing most of my filming now in 360 VR, and I'm also a civil aviation accredited drone pilot. So I went through the whole legal process to get my pilot's license, which is recognized by PCA. I will leave it there, and we'll know more in our conversations. Looking forward to today's topic. It's very interesting. Insurance is key for all of us, and it should be the way to go. The way in our vehicles, it's mandatory to have insurance. We should also have a similar thing on film. I don't know if people know that there is a WIBA for film, which is kind of mandatory, but I think it's not clear to many filmmakers currently working.
Thank you, Mato.
Thank you.
Always an encyclopedia of information. See, you've mentioned something called WIBA, and I've taken note of it. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Ezekiel Macharia, my namesake. So, when you have that name, you're a rare commodity and an endangered species, because your parents actually sat, read the Bible, and got to the chapter of Ezekiel and decided this man will resurrect dry bones. Mr. Ezekiel Macharia, Group Actuarial CEO for Ken Bright Holdings, will be our point of reason today to understand and navigate the delicate, complicated world of insurance and be able to unpack this conversation to us in a very simple language. The floor is yours, Mr. Macharia.
Thank you very much. My role right now is to introduce myself. So my role as an actuary. So my work is to do actuarial work. And what do actuaries do? Actuaries are the ones who price the insurance products. So we're the ones who sit at the back on the desks. If let's say you want cover for production delays, for example, you say if there's a delay in our production, we want to be covered. Then our work is to go and check how many production delays are there in an average shoot. How much does it cost? What are the volatilities? So our work is on the product design, and we do work with actuaries actuaries and insurance companies to come up with products. In addition to that, Ken Bright does distribute products through our brokerage arm. So we are happy to engage further, and I look forward to the questions. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. And last but not least, I will introduce Mr. Kalasha from the Insurance Regulatory Authority. And he's here to ensure that whatever we are discussing and whatever we feel to give us recommendations also is guided within the precincts of the law and is true to its core. Karibu sana, Mr. Mse. Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy. My name is Kalai Muse. I'm a senior manager supervision at the Insurance Regulatory Authority. At the authority, our job is to ensure that what insurance companies will promise you in terms of the products that they sell to you, that those products meet your needs and they are able to keep the promise that they give you. So thank you very much for inviting me for the discussions. Thank you.
Asante sana, Mr. Kalai. And in the interest of time, I'll quickly jump into this conversation. But what I'll do first is quickly read through what will guide this conversation today. So at first, I would like to understand from a perspective of high-end film production, which is either TV or film. High-end here means the quality you're dispensing, the amount of investment that has been put into the production, and the time period that you're working with. Like for the case of you, Njoki, and I'll start with you, you work in a long format, high-end TV space. What would you say is the importance of considering insurance policies for such an enterprise? Thank you.
Thank you. Long form, what do we mean? Let me give an example. When you're working on a telenovela, you're literally producing an episode a day. It's a process line that's like manufacturing. If you don't hit a minimum of certain pages, if you don't conclude certain tasks by a certain time, by a day, 24 hours, you will not be able to deliver on air. What does that mean? You are producing very first, and it's going straight on air. There is no storage, there is no warehouse. It's just going straight. So with that pace, the faster the pace, the larger the number of people, the many locations you have to move to, being exposed to elements, weather, human things like construct building falls, or there's rainfall comes through the roof and all that. Because of that and the pace at which we are producing, the risk element is very, very high. So insurance then becomes your friend. Your insurance is either your friend or your enemy, because if you can't get it packaged to fit that kind of environment, if it's too expensive, or if insurers think you're too big a risk, then your risk element is even increased. I would not sleep well as an executive producer, knowing my equipment that's moving from one location to another is not safe. Not only the safety of it, even the replacement value of it. The actors, they are also working 5 days a week, even at times 6 days a week. They get fatigued, the crew as well. So you can imagine also the risk element, the dangers they're exposed to because of the fatigue and the speed. Not to mention, when you say high end, I've had to burn an entire car, blow it into flames. Currently, I'm on set now, and in the other unit, they are burning a house down. So there are all those elements, and they are real, and they happen. Not to mention, I transport my cast and crew in 8 to 10 vehicles every day to the set and back home. So when do they start working for me on the day? Is it when they leave their house, when they get into the bus that I've had for them? So insurance is like what blood is to a human body when it comes to my productions. I hope I've answered your question, Easy.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted you to paint a picture of what it means so that somebody doesn't think it's an extra pocket to collect money from at the end of the production. Now, I'll quickly go to Mr. Macharia. Based on what Njoki has explained for high-end productions, we have had her talk about workman cover, equipment coverage, general liability, and some special things that she described in there. In the context of Kenya, as an actuarial, can you say safely that these are products that are in the market, have been in the market, or are in the process of being developed to be mainstreamed into the insurance market?
Thank you very much, Chair. I think for us, before we even ask, are the products there, we have to ask ourselves, why insurance? And it's a process within the risk management cycle. So, for example, you're doing a shoot for 10 million shillings. You can either ask yourself, either you'll reduce the risk, you can say I won't get insurance, so which means you'll take the risk yourself. So what does that mean? It means if anything goes wrong, then you will take that risk. So either you retain the risk, some people feel they want to retain it. Some people may want to avoid it at all and try it as much, not do the shoot at all, so avoid that risk. Or some people may try as much as possible to reduce. So insurance is the fourth pillar of risk management, which is called transfer. So you transfer that risk to somebody else who is happy to take that risk. So when you hear people talking about you're a high risk, it means when you're trying to transfer to them, then they are not really willing to look at it. So the key thing now we can ask ourselves is, what are the risks that you will face before we talk about what are the products that are there? First of all, we have to ask ourselves, do we have these risks to begin with? So the first thing I want to talk about is equipment damage, okay? So if equipment is damaged, you can keep that risk and say, I won't insure, I want to keep the risk, so I will take my chances. That's a method people are taking, and maybe it works for them. But you have to ask yourselves, as a producer or as a filmmaker, do you have the balance sheet to take care of this risk? So that's really the question. So then the question now becomes, are there available products in the market to service this risk? So some of the risks I want to highlight to you is, one is equipment damage. You all know about that. However, what about production delays? If a production delay or a cancellation happens, maybe due to bad weather, maybe due to illness or injury of key staff, equipment failure, location issues, then who pays for that cost? Sometimes you can transfer that exposure to a third party. It's not just about damage to, lightning, flooding, and all those things that, somebody would assume the issues are there for, but also cast and crew, who's going to take care of them? If accidents occur, maybe they need to be taken to hospital, maybe the bill is, 1 million shillings. Are you going to pay for that, or are you going to get a new cast member? So the issue is, are you going to avoid the risk? Are you going to retain the risk, or are you going to transfer the risk? And insurance companies come in on that role of transfer, because now you transfer the risk to them. Now, insurance companies don't like only one risk. They like many risks, because when it's only one risk, then they're not collecting enough money to be able to pay the claim if one happens. So an idea would be the film industry to come as one and come up with a request to say, we want a cancellation exposure. Now, if you're 100 participants, it's much easier for that product to be designed, because not everybody will be delayed at the same time. And that now makes the transfer process easier. Things like errors and omissions, who's taking that legal cost? There are areas that the insurance products can come in, issues like property damage. You might be on the film set and then there's an issue and the damage happens. We talked about workman compensation. Your cameraman is there, you injure him, and then he can say, you're my employer, you're the one who made me come to the film set. So workman compensation, which in Kenya we call it WIBA. WIBA is because it's a Work Injury Benefit Act, there's an act around it. The idea is that an employer should take care of their staff members. So the exposures are there. The key thing to note here is not that I need insurance, and if I don't pay a claim, then if I don't get a claim, then I don't need a cover. The issue is, remember, the risks are there. You are paying for them, or somebody else is paying for them. Now, if somebody else wants to pay for them, the best way is to come together and have that product design. And that's what people like Kenbright, we do, is we look at products like that. We say, for example, things like damage to the film. Maybe you've done the whole film and then the film is damaged, and then maybe cost of recovering, that has to come from somewhere else. So all those risks are being faced. The question is, which ones do you want to retain as yourself? Which one do you want to reduce? Which ones do you want to avoid? And which ones do you want to transfer? And that is where insurance comes in on the transfer aspect. And that is really where I would say, the people should think about. So don't look at insurance as wordings. Think of insurance as what is its role to make my work better, because if I have this exposure and it's not on my balance sheet, then you can transport your equipment to Mombasa without any fear, knowing that even if it's damaged in transit, things are okay. So it's
Thank
more
you.
of comfort.
Let me stop you there in a very friendly way. What I've gathered is, let's understand the risks in the film industry, then understand the responsibility that we are attaching to the risks. Do you want to retain? Do you want to transfer? Or do you want to just be kichwangumu and go with whatever you believe in and say, I won't take? Now, we've interacted with a few products in the market. I personally know that workman compensation is something that we've interacted with companies who comply, do take that cover, insurance coverage, general liability, and to some great extent, errors and omission. But there has been one area where players in the industry have not come forward to support, and my fellow colleagues in the industry will agree with me on this, which is weather day insurance. It is still an area that we've not been able to crack to the extent that we outsource that particular thing when we've got international projects that require it to either South Africa, Canada, or at the very least in the UK as well. So even the companies in Kenya that do offer these other risk areas like workman compensation, errors and omissions, equipment coverage, etc., they don't touch this area of weather insurance. And that is a very critical pain point for us. So before we even go into the other level, because weather insurance affects high-end productions that we're discussing now, I'll want to interrogate Mr. Kalai, the regulator, and tell us why insurance companies have found appetite for these other risks when it comes to filmmaking and the creative business, but the area of weather insurance has not been attractive. Mr. Kalai.
Thank you. Thank you for that interesting question. Just like Ezekiel has indicated, it's a whole issue of risk management. There are some risks which may be very specialized. When you talk of things like weather, currently we are going through some political unrests which may affect production and issues like those delays in such areas. The question is, Macharia put it very clearly, is there demand which justifies coming up with a product to cover this? Have we expressed that we really need this so that we can get, and do we have the numbers? Because like Macharia said, if it's only one person who needs it, the insurance companies may find that it's not worthy giving cover for that. I'll give some examples. If you look at in the Western world, some artists will insure their voice. Do we have that in Kenya? Just the voice, because that is what you use to make money. And if you don't have that voice, then you not make your money. People will go and insure that. So it's an issue of creating the demand. Do we have the demand so that now, like Ezekiel was saying, we come up with appropriate products to take care of that risk? So you will find probably the demand is not adequate at the moment. But I have to note easy. I know in Kenya currently, the film industry is really growing. There's been a lot of growth in this area. These are the issues which we should be looking at, this kind of risk, so that we create the demand so that we can have the appropriate covers given to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So from that, what we're getting is, as a recommendation from the players in the insurance space, is we need to organize and not agonize as stakeholders. We need to organize and figure out how do we classify our risks, the ones that are special, the ones that are everyday, and have a proper conversation with them. Thank you for that articulation. So having spoken about these high-end productions, let's go to emerging productions where you find players like Dawoodi excelling. They are making small budgets work for big productions, and in areas that have traditionally not been known as film TV centers. This is probably a place like Lamu. He has a production company in Mombasa, and he has found a way to make equipment, whether it's Juakali or buy it, and from that rudimental level has grown into an emerging sector that has made fantastic strides. So, Mr. Daudi, I have a very, very important question for you. You work in this space that I have described, and feel free, if you feel it's a matter of full disclosure, you cannot respond to my question, but have you in your past 5-6 years of working interacted with insurance at the level of the productions you've been doing? Or
yes,
did you?
I've done that. Hello?
So my question to you is,
have you interacted
yes.
with different insurance? Yes, Ezekiel, I've interacted with different insurance companies. I remember when I was working in my production, Pete production. There's a time I was looking for the best insurance company to work with. Now, my problem was the challenge which I faced is there were some insurance companies which didn't understand how film works. So with them, they are coming generally because of insurance. But the problem is the challenges which we are going to face as a producer when I'm going to produce and generally with the equipment which I'm having, it was a little bit a challenge to me for them to understand deep of how we are working, because you can't insure me and you don't understand how my production works. So for me, I felt like, okay, it is not about insurance, it's about someone understanding the kind of project I'm working on. So I felt a little bit not sure for me to insure my production equipment and generally the production which I was working with, because I wanted an insurance company which understands film, because I know generally it is something which is growing in Kenya, the film industry. But I know, one of our member here said that there should be a demand for them to insure filmmakers, and if you see generally in terms of TVC we are doing, we have, like, for example, 6 telenovelas which are currently on air. So for insurance company to come on our side and create that demand on us, even us as a film producer, we want them to understand generally how film works from point A to point Z. And that has been a challenge to me.
Thank you. I think what I'm hearing from high-end to emerging sectors is that there needs to be some bridging so that we internally as stakeholders, we start looking at this as what are the risks that then will inform what products will respond to them. And while we are at this conversation, we are trying to find a bridge and a nexus between production and insurance. I'll go to Martin Muñoz. Martin, you are an experienced producer. You are an experienced knowledge and stakeholder engagement expert in this sector. So I'm sure you understand a little bit of how insurance works, and you definitely have had experiences of why insurance is important. So in your own view, what would you say is the ultimate importance of a filmmaker to consider insurance in the world of today, number one? And number two, for the insurance companies, what needs to happen so that they can better understand the needs and the risks in the film industry? Do we go somewhere and sit together? Do we give the Kenya Film Commission the opportunity to create an environment for us to speak and bridge that conversation? I would want to hear your thoughts on those two things, Martin. Thank you.
Thank you once again for giving me the floor. Very good questions, Ezekiel. What I'm hearing, as Ezekiel Macharia mentioned in his talk, you check your balance sheet. If you think you've got enough money to take the risk, then go ahead. Don't take the insurance. However, one trend I've noticed, and it's so unfortunate, that even if you know about insurance and you put insurance as one of the line items on your quotation, you're quoting to a client, and they feel your costs are too high. That's the first line that they ask you to remove. And I'm sure, Ezekiel, you know what I'm talking about. You're talking about a one day shoot of a TV commercial, and you put insurance there. That's the first thing they cancel. Or you put insurance because you're shooting in an apartment. It's two cast, maybe a mom and a boy. And you're told, but why? No one will get hurt. Why am I paying here? Just around that table drinking juice. Remove that. Now, I think we should reach a point where, the way with vehicles, when I'm told to pay insurance, I don't ask, who says I'll crash my car just going around the corner here to buy milk and bread? I don't have that conversation. It's a given. It's in law. Insurance is very important. Right now, the insurance that we do that is readily available locally is WIBA. And the last time I did it, I had a foreign crew of 52 people, and Kenyan, so I had over 200 people on set, and I had to do WIBA for the entire lot. The reason being also that we, like Joaquin mentioned earlier, we have scenes with explosions, with vehicles crashing. We actually had an accident on our set last year in December. One of the stuntmen, there was a slight miscalculation and he got badly injured. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. But you see, that's where now insurance comes very handy. That's my first question. I mean, I cannot stress the importance of insurance. Insurance is so important. The same way we do health medical insurance. And I can use a personal story so you can understand what insurance means. So somewhere in the mid 2000s, I think must have been around 2003, 2004. We were really struggling. I was going through a phase in my life I was really struggling work-wise, financially, and all that stuff. And I also had a small child who had gone to nursery. Is it pre-nursery or nursery? Around that age. And I think most of us can relate with our children. There's that one age, that 1 year when you introduce your child from home environment to a school environment, that you're at the doctors every week. Every week, this child has a new home, a new thing. Of course, they're dealing with getting used to, picking this up from all the kids until their body develops some form of resistance, right? And I remember I had to make a choice. That time, I think you remember Ezekiel had my white Pajero, which was a guzzler, a heavy guzzler and all that. So I had to make choices like, do I ground the car a little bit, right? And I'm so happy. One of the choices I made in reorganizing my finances was I paid the full inpatient and outpatient insurance with, if I'm allowed to mention AR, I don't think I'm doing any free sponsorship or anything. Where am I going with this? So the child, it coincides when I've had to make this balancing act financially. And the child joins the nursery school and starts this every week or 2 hours at AR. And I come out with the medicine worth 4,000 bob, 5,000 bob, which I'm telling you, money I never had. If I could not fuel my Guzzler Pajero with 1,000 bob, imagine medicine of 4,000. And it needs it. It's not like you have a choice. So think along those lines when we're thinking insurance in film. We'll reach a point where our productions will become more complex, more costly. Right now, we're getting away with small productions here, million bob commercials and stuff like that. The time we start doing those big films, when Netflix come calling and knocking and they're in town, by the way, and so on and so forth, you will see the importance of insurance. The second question of how do we talk to the insurance people? We recently had an exercise on 13th February with producers from different production companies. We sat down one table and we discussed rebates and banged out, brought in all our ideas together, our experiences, and came up with a document of the kind of tax incentives and rebates we need as a country to, take our industry to another level. I don't see why we cannot invite, as KFPK, Mr. Chairman, all the insurance companies sit under one insurance body, a professional body. We can engage them and go for a 1 or 2 day workshop. It's sensitizing. If they do not know if insurance companies do not know why we need special covers done and stuff like that, of course they'll just keep insuring the things they know. You always do business in a space that you're comfortable with, right? But the business is always kind of evolving and the needs are changing. So I think it's upon us and bodies like the one you chair to do an official invitation to the insurance professional body, sit down with them. I offer my services as always. We go sit there, demystify film and the risks that are involved on set. Jockey mentioned even just transporting your crew from their houses to set in itself is a risk. Yes, we know the vehicle has its insurance cover, but again, the production also gets affected. So things like that, yeah. Let's just talk and sensitize the insurance.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, please, Jockey.
Allow me to pick on a few things that Mato has said that are quite critical. First of all, that the Association of the Insurers, AKI, Association of Kenya Insurers, they're very good in holding very big annual conference. Every year they do that. And they do invite different industries to talk to them. And I say that because in my other career, I know I've once presented to them. Have they ever invited the film industry? Also, we as an industry, and here I'm going more into action plans as to what is the outcome, the deliverable of this debate. Can they invite us? Can we also insist we want to go and meet them when they are all together and tantalize them to this great business opportunity they are also missing on, and also to give it to be an opportunity for educating and sensitizing, hoping that they'll put together an ad hoc committee to meet with the various film associations, and we break down this, and even we come up with packages that are tailored specific to our industries. If the standard off-the-shelf packages don't work for us, it doesn't mean that we don't exist and we are not a big force to reckon with. I feel anybody in competitive business, in a free economy, they package their services to meet the demands of the market, or they can even create a demand for the market. I'm vouching for a committee of insurers and the film industry, and they develop unique package. I would like to know what Macharia says to that.
Well, thank you so much, Jockey. Just quickly before Macharia responds, I want to articulate what Martin and Jockey have expressed in very few words. If we organize, then we ensure that the number of insurance firms that are interested to develop products for us increases. We also sensitize our own selves as stakeholders to prioritize risk. Because when we have projects, risk is the last thing we think about. We think about delivery. From onset to outset, that is our, how am I delivering? So also we need to retool and reskill ourselves with the idea of prioritizing risk the same way we prioritize the deliverable. So in response to that, Mr. Macharia, please shed some light to what these two professionals have said.
Thank you very much. I think what you've said is very pertinent and very critical. But what Melvin did is he went to an insurance company and asked for an off-the-shelf product. It's like going to a supermarket and asking for a drone. The supermarket doesn't know about the product you want. So in the same case, the insurance companies, as we mentioned, like to work with large numbers. Healthcare, for example, I can give you an example. Healthcare 20 years ago was not there. You couldn't go to a shop and insurance company and buy health insurance. But the demand was created, products were created. In the past, HIV was not covered, for example. Now it's being covered. Congenital was not covered, now it's being covered. So what I would say is the insurance sector deals with we sit with people like yourselves and we take you through that, which is critical mass. Do we have critical mass? Do we have enough people to underwrite the risk? Why would that work? Because an insurance company knows, and let me give an example for equipment accidents or weather, for example. How many people do I need to collect money from to at least pay one claim? That should always be your perception. Now, you don't, for 1 million shillings, you want to pay maybe 100,000, you want to pay 1,000 shillings. You don't want to pay 100K for 1 million shillings cover. You want to pay 1,000 shillings. And for you to be able to pay 1,000 shillings, it means the insurer needs to collect 1,000 shillings from 1,000 people for them to be able to pay one claim. So the key thing is the organization, so that risk transfer process can work. So any insurance company can cover you, but they need to have the risk transfer you want and the product that you want, and finally the masses, the numbers. With that, now any insurer can take it. So you have to start within yourself first, and then now once you have the product, then you can go to the players. Otherwise, you'll be left with the process where you talked about, we call reinsurer, where you get an insurer out of country, and maybe in the market, the film society there did sit with them and explain to them the risk, so they know the risk. So when you ask them, I want coverage, they're happy because they want to diversify the exposure. They're happy to cover you in Kenya because they just don't want to cover people in one area. If flooding happens in one area, it messes up the exposure. So the key thing to note is, yes, there is reinsurance, there is taking risk out of country, and it works. However, for members who are, the SMEs in your membership, they may not have that luxury of that time to find out whether this product is good or not. So I feel that the society is very critical, the association is very critical to come, first of all, define what that risk exposure is, and then we're happy to support you on that as Kenbright. And then now you can go to the second stage of, okay, now we have our risks, now we have the numbers, give us the cost. And that is how that process starts.
Thank you, Mr. Macharia. While we are still on this conversation, I think it's also important for me to introduce a very interesting caveat of our industry. When you're talking about production, and that's why I started with high end, where Njoki designed a picture of something that operates like a factory. So they're working every day. But the bigger percentage of production does not work in that model. It's actually a short-term thing. So in a year, a company might even just have 3 productions, each of which maybe lasted between 20 and 30 days overall. So I'm talking about something that I would refer to as a short-term production insurance. That is the mass scope, because productions come sporadically. Nothing is cast to stone. People go to work every day to look for work and not to produce. You only go out to location when you're producing. So with that kind of reality of what the film industry is, what would you say to that? And I'd like to hear from you and also Mr. Kase on the possibility of Kenya having this project-by-project basis product, regardless of the risk areas, but project-by-project basis product, because that is that you'll start responding to the actual needs of the industry. Thank you.
Actually, just to mention to you, that is the preferred risk, because I would rather have exposure to 1,000 field producers than, and each is 1 million, and that is a 1 billion exposure, than have one production of 1 billion shillings. And if that fails, the whole billion is paid. So first of all, to mention that the insurance companies like that because of the spread of the risk. That's number one. Number two, they're even better to price because you can give them an off-the-shelf SME type products. Where you've seen people talk about SME, all risk covers, you get it, quick to go. Number four, there are right now products where you do on the go. Let me give you an example. There's something called marine insurance, where let's say you're importing your goods, you don't know where you're going to import. You actually get coverage from the insurer, and then as and when you import, you get a certificate, but the pricing is agreed on 1st of January. So if let's say you import once or twice, but at least you know the price. So you already know I'm importing a good of 1 million, so you get a marine certificate as of that time. Also goods in transit, for example, people who transport goods, they carry their goods. Nobody knows how much goods worth they'll carry, but sometimes we do something called estimated annual carry. How much will you carry the whole year? So even at the SME level, where someone doesn't know how many productions they'll do, we can say, okay, for example, on average, we know you'll do 2 productions, and each production is $500,000 shillings or 100K. All you need is the price. All you need to know is 1% or 2% of my total production cost is my cost. Once you do that, then now that package is developed for everybody, so everybody knows it's 1%. So if I have a production of $500,000, I know it's going to cost me 500 bob, for example. So automatically now everybody has that service, and now on demand, as you do your production, you pay for that insurance. So that's how you design such products, on-the-go products. But I would say an SME approach is more preferred. The only challenge is that these SMEs, they go to the insurance companies, they get frustrated, they leave. Because to do that, if an insurance company is designing for your product they don't have, it takes time. There's some board approval. It's a laborious process, because you're transferring risks to them that they don't understand. So the better approach is you come as a group, you define what that risk exposure is. You get companies like ourselves, Canberra, to go to the insurers, or we decide the approach that is defined up front. So then your members just know I'm paying 500 bob to get this coverage done, and this coverage has A, B, C, D. If I want to go a silver plan, this one covers whatever. If it's a gold, it covers weather. Everybody knows the price, the cost, and it's much easier. Then the insurance company at the end of the year asks themselves, how much did I collect? Maybe I collected 5 million. How much did I pay? X. Then now they readjust. That is how the process should be. So it's not really a wording issue or what is the insurance product. It's more of you defining your risks, getting the masses, critical mass, and then having it off designed and underwritten.
Thank you. That is very good to know that actually, as an actuary, you are recommending that route, because that is the reality of our industry. The inward industry. This is the local-based industry. In the film industry, there is another sector that I want to introduce now in this part of the conversation that we call inward productions. So these are the Hollywood big projects that come to film in Kenya, and foreign producers coming into Kenya have always asked one question: do you have insurance? And Martin and Joki will agree with me, even David will agree with me, that more often than not, we've actually lost productions that could have come to Kenya, could have brought technology and skills transfer, could have brought a lot of revenue, could have brought a lot of foreign exchange earning, simply because there are no insurance companies to take on international projects like that. And in the world of filmmaking, just to paint a small perspective to you, is that where we are now, film insurance in Kenya is a new concept, but to the rest of the world, it's really not a new concept. And it's gotten to a place where film financing is now reliant on film insurance. You only get financing if you have insurance from the outset of your idea. And we know that effect will soon come home. As Martin mentioned earlier, international companies like Amazon, Netflix, Showmax, Mnet, all these international distributors have invested millions of dollars in Kenyan productions. And as they're calculating their risks now, soon, we know that the demand for insurance will couple the finance that you get to do your projects. So with that in mind, I said, if you're looking at a scenario where we've discussed what we can do for us at home, what can we do to supplement and make Kenya a preferred film destination, because there is also products geared to international productions? This question will be to you, Mr. Macharia, but I'd like first to hear from Mr. Kalai Muse on the possibility of that happening from a regulator perspective, because these are foreign projects coming into Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Hizi. I think that's a very interesting subject. And legally, Kenyan risks are not supposed to be insured abroad. That's the first start. Like now, in your case here, you can't just wake up and insure your risks in South Africa, in UK, or anywhere else. That's not allowed by law. That requires actually approval from the commissioner before it's done. Number two, you are calling it inward production. Those people coming from outside, coming to our country, and they are doing what they are doing here. Again, that makes it a Kenyan risk, because that risk is rested in a country, and it needs to be insured locally. So I get some angles here from, given what Ezekiel Macharia is saying. We need to organize ourselves as an industry. We could be doing some things which are illegal without knowing. It's possible. So I think we need to organize ourselves so that we take care of these issues. Let me make it very clear that insurance companies can actually give you whatever cover you need. All they need to do is understand exactly what you are doing, like Macharia was saying, and then they structure a product in lines with your needs. And that can easily be done. I don't see any problem in that. It's just a matter of us organizing ourselves and we make it happen. So it's something we can do, but getting cover from outside is actually illegal. It needs to be approved before it's done. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for that clarity. I know now that I am guilty of some illegalities, not just in practice, but also I have recommended illegalities. But we learn every day. And now...
I was thinking it's great you brought a regulator here, because I'm tempted to ask that he explains that illegality more, because we might all be guilty, yeah.
What I've got in simple terms is that a Kenyan risk deserves a Kenyan solution. Whatever we run to buy outside is an illegality that they've just decided to allow. And this proves to what Martin said earlier, there is need for us to convene and sensitize the regulator and the players on what this industry is, and vice versa. Mr. Macharia, on this area of international productions, please, from your perspective of an actuarial, what are the possibilities? Because this is actually a component that could ride as an attraction point to make Kenya a preferred film destination over South Africa, Morocco, and all these other big countries. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to highlight to the members that just because an insurance company doesn't take your risk, it doesn't mean that they can't insure you. So I want to repeat it again. Let's say you have a big building in Kenya, GTC Tower. You might find that GTC Tower, yes, on paper, it's insured by a local insurer, maybe Heritage, Jubilee, and the rest. However, the risk taker, in case that building collapses, is actually underwritten by somebody overseas. But you see, the insurer has to be a local player. You know why? Because in the past, people have been taking cover from outside. When a claim comes, they go to the regulator to run. And that's why those laws were introduced, to ensure that all the risks are done locally, because giving money is fun, but recovering is an issue. So that is why those laws were introduced, to ensure that the public is aware. So the first step is this: if the local insurance companies don't have capacity to underwrite that risk, what they do is they do a process called reinsurance. And reinsurance means now they are the client. They now go international and say, we have this exposure, we need support to cover this. And that is what they do at the back, and they go and get reinsurance support. But the key thing is, as long as you organize yourself and now you go into the first insurance company and say, we have inward production, we don't know when it will come, but this is what it looks like. Can we get capacity? Can we get terms of what this looks like? Then the moment it comes, then you're able to provide. Some of these things, just engaging people outside the country, my friend, it's a holiday. It can take maybe 2 weeks, 4 months, but you find some of your requests are now. You write the email and you want the response to be issued now. That doesn't work like that in insurance world. So the pre-preparation, very important, where you now and say this inward production, these are the kind of risks they want, and that can be organized upfront. So when the day it comes, the outsourcing, out of country, the reinsurance, approval from Mr. Kalai and team, that is all done. Maybe it may take maximum 4 weeks, but at least that is ready. So I would say the key for organizing, and that's why I keep saying insurance is about grouping. It's about grouping. You know, people sometimes feel, but I was able to buy insurance for my child for education. Also, I was able to buy, medical for myself. You're able to do that because already the critical mass has already passed. But if you're in a specialized area, you're not in critical mass yet. So you can't apply the same principle of, let me go by myself, I will get good terms, or I will even get the terms to begin with. So I want to reiterate, organizing is critical, and I even want to offer a Scanbright. We're happy to assist you that at no cost to ensure that you organize yourself and get, the cover that your members need, and then you can move on from there. Get everything approved, get the regulator nod, and then everything is sound. Then now your members can actually come to you for that coverage. And now you can now work with the insurance market and tell them, today we'll work with insurer A, tomorrow we'll work with insurer B.
Thank you. And I'm going to hold you on to that. Director and Pin, please note that Kenbright have offered to give us this very, very important session. And look at us today having a conversation online. And I know the biggest decision that probably the Commission faced was insurance risks. What are the risks of bringing these people to KICC versus them staying at home? And this demonstrates actually the power of insurance, because it will be an insurance issue. You asked me to come, I'm here, and Mandamanu caught me around the way. My car was smashed. The first person I'll go and knock the door is to Kenya Film Commission. Otherwise, I would not have been coming to town. So we do appreciate and understand the importance of insurance. Now, to paint the picture of the film industry in Kenya, started in 1900, pre-independence industry. And all along, we've not had compliance within ourselves as players and also from the regulator. So I'm also hearing an issue of compliance where, as stakeholders, we need to organize and start complying with the certain basics, the WEBAs, the general insurance of equipment and stuff like that. But for us to really get to know what has happened, I would like to hear some examples now. And I'll start with you, Daudi. You've filmed for over 5-6 years. I'm sure within this time, you've had to go back to your balance sheet and take out money, either to pay somebody who's injured, a lost equipment, somebody came with their laptop, it crashed on set, you hired somebody's car, something happened to it, then you have the burden of taking on that cost. So I just want to hear now examples of situations where if we had the right insurance, producers would not have gone back to their balance sheet to tackle them. Daudi.
Yes, thank you for that, Ezekiel. And with me, just last week, I was on set. I was working on my feature film, and I was having this technical scene, which it was someone was supposed to roll a car. It was a Pajero car. So I hired the car, plus the stuntman who was supposed to roll the car. And this is something which happened. The stuntman was supposed to roll the car, which didn't roll. So it went and hit the car. So right now, as we speak, I'm on a budget of paying the Pajero guy, you see, and this is just a 40-second scene on that feature film. So these are the things which we've been facing. We've been facing as producers. The next one is when I was working on Pete. I remember it was at night, and I was in Funzi Island with all of my equipment. I was sleeping at that time, and there was a thunderstorm which struck a tree, and it fell from the roof where I was sleeping. And actually that day, if things went wrong, I could not be alive. And it was raining at the same time, and the tree fell from where I was sleeping. I was having equipment at that moment. So there was a lot of commotion at that time, and people came and really helped me. So there have been a lot of challenges we as filmmakers we are facing in terms of what we are working with. Because generally, I was thinking while I was shooting my movie last week, this is a 15-day shoot. How am I going to ensure a 15-day shoot? And in this 15-day shoot, I have special scenes. Special scenes are these technical scenes which I know, in case of anything, things must happen. So this is also a question which I wanted to ask as a filmmaker. Is there a way insurance company can come on set and understand how we are filming, so that they can know that there are things which we producers, we are calling special scenes, which require require a technical perspective for us to work on it and for them to understand. For example, in a whole feature film of around 1 hour, it is just that only one scene which can make you lose everything. So these are the things, if any insurance company would understand how we go through about them, it will also be difficult for us to pay maybe a lot of money insurance companies on working on a feature film maybe for only 15 days, 30 days, according to our budget as of now. So that is what maybe I can give as example of what has happened to me.
Thank you so much, Daudi, and I'm really sorry about the Pajero. I hope you find a solution to sort it out. Martin, examples from before and to now. 2, 3 examples that paint the picture of these risks that we are talking about.
I think I'd mentioned one already, the accident we had with the stuntman. Again, it has come up in this conversation. We were filming the team, I think around 2010 or 2011, when one of the vehicles carrying our crew to location was involved in a car accident. Actually, we've had 2 car accidents where crew are involved. One was on Lower Kabete Road, some drunk fella in the morning, that those wee hours that we go to set, crashed into our van, caused it to roll. There's also the other thing that my colleague Melvin has just talked about, equipment being damaged through the storm and stuff in Tete Island. We've also had a major robbery. Our generator, we invested in fact, actually, I think we had taken that bold step back then when only film studios were the suppliers of film generators. So we bought a generator, put it on a what do you call it, on a tow thing, magic. And this generator was stolen from our compound in one night. The watchman was tied up at gunpoint and things like that. So in insurance, we should look at it holistically. So it's not only the injury to the crew members, it's not only weather. We should look at all the things that can stop a production or cause financial losses. I think that's the way we should look at it. Cause financial losses to the already set budget of that film. And one of the losses is damaged equipment, theft of the equipment, injury to crew, loss of film stock. Sometimes guys put a hard drive next to a magnetic speaker in transport, for example. So you've had this PA system, you've done all your noise or whatever scene, big scene with people and everything, and the PA system, everything is folded and wrapped as in the same thing with your, it used to be camera tape back then. You put a tape next to that magnetic speaker of that PA speaker, finished. You get to your destination, you've got no film in your tapes. So, as I said, let's sit with the insurance players in the market. Let's address all these issues. We can list them. We can sit, go to our brains, based on our experience, list all these things that can go wrong and cause loss to the production. Okay. Losing the drive is actually the value of losing footage. One disc of footage. I don't know how you can quantify the value of that scene. If you had helicopters, planes, or what have you, stuntmen, flown in people from that one scene, how do you cost that?
Thank you, Martin, and thank you for that example. Basically, to Mr. Kalai and Mr. Ezekiel and to our viewers, the business of film has a lot of risks. I personally have had a situation where in 2010, when the Octa drones had just come to the market, we were filming in Magadi, and the drone pilot had come from the Netherlands, and I don't know what happened. He crashed a whole red camera and the whole drone at the lake. We did get the shot we wanted because we retrieved the memory card, but it was damaged, plus the camera. Fortunately, from the origin country, they had gotten insurance and they got 100% compensation. So those are just examples that I wanted the two of you to paint to our two gentlemen so that they understand the risks that we have. Now, I want to quickly change the conversation a bit to what are the next steps? We know the risks have been there from 1900. We know the insurance players are there. We know we've been breaking the law, according to what Mr. Kalai said. What would be the next steps? And I'd like to ask Njoki to summarize for us in an ideal way, what would be the next steps for us to take so that this conversation is propelled to the benefit of the industry. And then after that, I'll ask for closing remarks so that we don't dilute the importance of what Njoki will paint now and then take the conversation forward after that. Welcome, Njoki.
Okay, thank you, Izzy. One, this conversation is long overdue. And the actions from this should be done with immediate effect. One of the key things I feel we need is an urgent action plan is for the insurance professionals and us, the filmmaking professionals, sitting down together, educating each other, so that we can come up with products that are marketable for the insurance people and also products that help grow our industry. How could that be done? I'm thinking, what type of covers? We need to know what types of covers. What are the unique aspects of the film industry that are not like in the corporate world, like in the manufacturing world? We need to have a common understanding on that. I feel in that meeting or that kind of session, it is very important for us to do things by the book. Therefore, the insurance regulatory authority also need to have representation there, so they guide us that we stay within the national and the international laws of insurance. We also need another level. That is the first level. We also need another level for educating, not just us, the producers, but even the people who work in our industry. That I feel is another major action plan. When people apply for jobs in the corporate world, they do ask, am I going to have pension? Will I have health cover? They know which packages work in that kind of employment. We also should start educating the players in our market. I also have one question, even when we deal with unique products for our unique markets. Many times, I felt like when we are having a very tricky, risky event, we're shooting a scene where we are blowing up things, but that is a one-off in that 10-day, 50-day shoot. There are packages for that, just that special day, because there are so many things that could go wrong. Are those some of the unique things that the insurance could think about? So coming back, you asked me to summarize. There's education for the insurance industry about film industry. Education for the film industry about how insurance work, regulatory policies, national and international, again, education. Thirdly, brainstorming within the two industries on category one, priority products that will always be required, whether you have a one-day shoot or a one-year shoot. Then medium-level products that might also be ideal from one scenario, but not for everything. And then a third category, that is those unique ones. I think I'll leave the summary there, and then we hear from our colleagues. Chair?
Thank you so much, Njoki. I've tried to type a few things in our group chat there and to summarize what you articulated. Now, this is action points from the stakeholders in the film industry. As a regulator, Mr. Kalai, what would you advise and recommend as the next steps for this conversation?
Thank you. At least it's good that we all agree that there's risks, serious risks in the film industry, and those risks need to be addressed. And we agree insurance can be a solution. Actually, the risks are so many. You even have legal risks, copyright risks, technology. You are using a lot of equipment. Have you thought of the cyber risks? So, you know, there are too many. So we agree that we can get insurance solutions, and the authority will be ready to support you together with the industry so that we come up with the products which are suitable for your business. As an authority, one of our mandates is actually development of the industry, ensuring that everybody gets insurance cover. That's actually one of our mandates. So we will be ready to support you in that field. Thank you.
Easy, unmute.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kalai. And we hear what you're saying on assimilation of the risks so that it supports the sector. And importantly, you've reminded us that you actually have a responsibility on development of the insurance industry within the sector. So we add that to the conversation. And now to Mr. Ezekiel Macharia. You're a stakeholder, you're a private player in this, and you're the person who sits down to see whether or not there is value in the risks that are provided. What would you propose as a way forward or give recommendations from your side of things so that we can propel this conversation forward after today?
Thank you very much. I think for us, we want to say that on the process side, I think, you know, Njoki was talking about which products do you want. I also want to enhance it and say, which risks do you want to transfer? You know, what is hurting your members? You know, we need to do an undertaking of your membership and ask them, what is making you fail? What is not making you succeed? The idea for insurance and risk transfer is to say, you're keeping all these risks inside. Which ones do you want us to harmonize as a team and transfer these risks as a group? So that is the first process. And that's a process we as Kenbright, as I said, we're happy to assist you on that process. And we're happy to give you that support to ensure that from an actuarial perspective, we are able to now translate that risk into a product, which means into wordings, into warrants, into policy exclusions. That is the work that we now come in and do. Then once that is ready, then we now go to the regulator and ask them, we want to get this product underwritten in this market, and we have chosen insurer A, B, and C. They have to approve that product. Once that is done, then you give it to your members. Then your members now utilize that. So I would say the first thing is we need to understand what are the risks that you want to transfer first. Okay, I might say I don't mind my equipment being damaged. Somebody else might say weather is my biggest issue. Somebody else might say my crew being injured is the biggest issue. We need to come up with a structure where we know who and what are the best risks to transfer. Then from there, we design the products. And once the products are designed, any insurer now can now pick it up, because the insurer will just say, okay, based on these wordings, this is my price. Insurer B says, based on these wordings and this risk transfer, this is my price. So that's the process. And as I mentioned, I've committed, we are going to work with you this journey. And you know, and that's why we've even come into this this session today, is to say that we want to do that. And that's our day job. You know, our day job is designing products. So I think we are well equipped to support you there.
Thank you so much for that. And I think now, from the little conversation we've had, we have a proposed way forward. I want to hear from Daudi. Njoki has painted for us a summary. And the last thing I want Daudi to talk to us about, and this is a recommendation also, Daudi. What would it take, or what do you think should be done to sensitize the crews who are not working in traditional film centers like Nairobi, the crews that you're working with in Lamu, in the coast, what would you suggest should be done so that they also understand the importance of insurance, the importance of complying once your company goes and says, because of action A, B, and C of us taking insurance, you will also have this responsibility to take. What do you think should be done to ensure they are also included in the conversation?
I think the best thing we should be done is the insurance company, or if we can invite them to our sets, because they are the best people who can explain to our crew members and to our talents the way insurance is going to help us. So that's why I've said that I would love a situation where we can see insurance companies coming on set and see whatever we are doing, and also have a discussion with our team members so that everyone should understand how insurance works. Not generally we as producers, but everyone from production set.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, ladies, asante sana Daudi. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to open the floor for a few closing remarks. I don't want to dilute the importance of what we've discussed as an action plan, and I'll quickly read through what we've talked about. Let us build an exchange between the stakeholders, being the industry players, the regulator, and the actuarial from Ken Bright, and he will now take charge to sit us down and build a conversation around it. As also as stakeholders, we've been challenged to organize internally. And let's now come as a united front so that we can be looked at as a critical mass of people who have priority risks that on the immediate can be looked at as a low-hanging fruit as we start conversations on the special areas that are there. How do we fill the knowledge gap in the film industry on insurance? That's a responsibility that's falling on us as stakeholders to educate the people who work with us to understand the importance of insurance. And also, how do we sensitize the insurance players and the regulator on what the film industry is in Kenya? And then when we do that, we build a nexus of film production and insurance and build an action plan from that, a master plan that we build towards achieving greatness for our great film industry. So Mr. Martin Munywa, your closing remarks would be really, 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 really welcomed at this point. Asante san.
Yes, once again, thank you for having me in this panel. I will not waste time repeating what you've said, because it's very clear we're all speaking the same language, and more or less we are in agreement. We need to sit down with the insurance players and kind of walk them through what our needs are, what is the risk we want to transfer. I like the way Mr. Macharia said, we have to tell them what risk would we like to transfer from our sets and our productions to them, and then work from there. So I'm really grateful. We've had some very good insights from Ezekiel and also Mr. The regulator. I can't see that. Mr. Palai, who said, at least now I know, I learned a new thing today about the insurance cross borders, how it works or doesn't work. So that's something I would really like to also, we can have this conversation on our producer group and try and understand this, what risks are we taking as producers by, just letting the inward films come with their own insurance and work over here. So I thank you very much for this information, this insight.
Well, I think we lost Martin there, but I left him saying he was very grateful to be a participant in this conversation. And I'll quickly go to Mr. Kalai, your closing remarks as a regulator and a way forward for us in this conversation.
Thank you, Ezekiel, again for inviting us to participate in this discussion. I think it was a very important session. I've also learned a lot of things. I didn't know that you take cover overseas. So it's good we are learning some of these things. But I think my final comments on this is let's take this up as soon as possible. We can speed it request. Let's work together to make sure that we actualize the discussions we have today. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Bona Regulator. And now to Mr. Daudi. And Daudi, your closing remarks have to be in Swahili. Otherwise, we will say these AR films you're running in the coast is not real. Thank you. The floor is yours.
You're muted.
Wacha niingie sasa kwa Kiswahili sanifu because huko ndo tumezaliwa huku, na nadhani Kinanchoki mtasikia wote, tuweze kuingia kwa pamoja Mombasani. Yangu ni kusema asante sana kwa